welcome everybody to Cards Open 15. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by 1939 community manager Elin, by superstar streamer Spooz, and our two-time defending world champion Jking today to bring you all of the action and determine who is going to walk away with the lion's share of our $1,500 prize pool. We had 2 weekends of qualifiers. We had a top 16. Now we have a top 4. And Elin, why don't we go through the bracket and show everybody exactly who will be competing today and their path. I am told that we will be getting to the bracket in just a moment, so why don't we talk about the prize pool instead? We had 2 qualifiers. We went ahead and picked the top 8 from each. Those folks will be walking away with a minimum of 200 diamonds and 1,000 gold. From 5th to 8th place, that gets you 500 diamonds, 2,000 gold. 4th place gets you $200, 3rd place $250, 2nd $450, and first prize $600 US here today. It's going to be a good time. Elin, I know I'm putting you on the spot here. Do we have an approximation of how many folks tried to get in to this top 16? Because it is completely open. It is truly a Cards Open.
It is. I believe we had somewhere right around 150 entrants in total over the 2 qualifiers. So yeah, it's definitely something that a lot of players tried their hand at, and I think that we made some small alterations to the prize pools, making kind of a wider prize pool down. Meaning, down to the 32nd player is going to get a little bit of gold for their time. So I'm hoping that had some impact in having some people a little bit more interested in joining up and trying their hand at this tournament today. And I also want to point out that today is the first time that we are doing a tournament in the new user interface, which is incredibly exciting. And so far, I believe yesterday we did the top 16. That all went well, so we're really excited to see how it's going to go today as well.
Speaking of the new user interface, this is where I throw in a shameless plug for the Frontline podcast that we recorded yesterday, Elin and I, with a couple of the UI designers. So you'll get a little bit more insight into where that came from, kind of the inner workings behind it, and just a little bit more detail. And that should be coming out at some point over the next week or so. So keep your eyes peeled to get a little bit more detail around that. Spooz, you look well rested. Just came back from vacation. You're feeling good?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's also Sunday. It's getting warmer in Germany. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to be here today and looking forward to the matches that we're going to see.
Excellent. And Jking, you've come over to the dark side of casting now. You're like, yeah, this Cards Open thing, I'm getting tired of winning it. So why don't I come talk about it instead? You excited for the games today?
I'm incredibly excited for the games today. The 4 players we have in this top 4 right now, if you don't count the most recent OCC clash, none of these 4 players have ever won a tournament in cards, and all 4 of them have gotten second before. So sort of a always the bridesmaid, never the bride sort of situation here. So one of these players is going to win their first major moneyed tournament.
I love the Cards history. I absolutely dig it. Let me check in. Do we have a bracket to go to? Or should we do have a bracket. Excellent. Let's bring the bracket up then and see everybody's path to this top 4. Since that is absolutely a big part of the journey here, because it's not, to Jking, to your point, it's not an easy path necessarily to get here either. It's not like an OCC where, hey, if I finish in the top 6, I get in. It's a weekend of qualifiers. It's a second day of top 16. So here you have the bracket. You're going to see Tiger, TB, Vinny, and Head competing today. And some interesting paths that they have taken. I mean, Elin, we see names of folks that we have seen regularly. You have a few new names mixed in there as well. Anybody stick out to you as like, oh, it's rare to see this person there, or this is a pretty solid performance?
I mean, absolutely. We've for sure got a few new names in there. We got, for example, P-Torch in there, who I don't believe I've seen in the kind of top of a tournament before. Unfortunately, he was matched up against Vinny, who is very used to doing these kind of tournaments, and had an unlucky run against him. But otherwise, we're also seeing, of course, a lot of players that we've seen doing some opens before. And for example, I mean, had an excellent performance in the last Open, I believe, and in the recent OCC Clash event, he of course came out as the victor. We're seeing him do a really excellent performance here as well, and now he's about to take on Vinny over there on the right side. So, and I both sides, of course, of the bracket, some very interesting stories there, and I'm really curious to see how today is gonna shape up with these four, you know, really excellent players.
And I think all of them had their trials and tribulations. You do see names like Birdo going out in the first round. You see names like No Win 5 going out in the top 16, which are both, you know, folks we typically see kind of at this stage where you start getting into the money. So definitely a good solid run for all four of these players. And we're going to lean on our experts now, and let's take a peek at their decks. Let's start with Tiger. Jking, maybe you can walk us through exactly what Tiger's bringing here, and give some insight into what they're thinking with their lineup.
All right, so we're going to see a theme in Tiger's decks. Starting with his first one, it is Soviet Italy, but not Soviet Italy control. It is Soviet Italy self-damage. This is a deck we've seen popping up now and again. Since the nerfs to 34th Guides, we've seen the Japan ally version sort of fall out of popularity. Since the deck is slower, people feel more comfortable adding in the Mare Nostrums to heal. And self-damage here, on its own, it's a very solid deck. We see a few interesting tech choices we might not usually see in self-damage, like the OT-34s, as well as the Petliakovs, which some players have been taking out of self-damage. So this deck is going to be very, very powerful, specifically into Jagro and US mid-range. Then, if we look over to his second deck, it is, of course, Britain-Japan Air. This is a deck we're going to see a lot of. It's a deck we've seen a lot of. And looking through his list, it's pretty standard. I mean, not too many surprises. I would say the one interesting thing is he's actually taken out the recently changed Aichi. That is a card that a lot of people have been running to great success, but it seems Tiger would actually prefer to run additional British cards, so that will be interesting to see if that will work out. He's got in 2 copies of the RAF Lightning, which will give the deck a bit more mid-range feel to it. He's got a Mosquito in there as well, so it's going to have a bit more staying power on the board. Then we could look over to his third deck, which is where things get very interesting and the trend starts to emerge. It's a US mid-range deck, but it's not the typical US German mid-range we've seen. It's not the occasional US Poland mid-range we've seen. It is US Soviet mid-range, which is a combination we have not seen in years. And if you look at why he's running it, he's got 3 copies of Winter Warfare, 4 copies of Bloody Sickle, and 4 copies of 456th. This is a deck that is targeting Jagro. This is a deck that is targeting US mid-range in combination with his other self-damage. Now, his opponent can't just say, I'll ban self-damage because it gives me some bad matchups. Now there is essentially 2 self-damages in Tiger's lineup. However, it does have some major drawbacks with Soviets being the ally. He doesn't get the 34th Guides in there. He's only got 1 copy of counter-offensive. So it is sort of US mid-range without the German tanks. So the question will be, is this new deck of Tigers good enough to face up into other decks? Is the Winter Warfares, the Bloody Sickles from Soviets going to be enough to replace the typically used German tanks in a US mid-range deck? And then his fourth deck is the inverse of his second deck. It's Japan-Britain Air. This is a deck we have seen really spring into the meta in the last couple of months of increasing popularity, and it's quite similar to the Britain main Air, but of course you have wildly different elites. You lose Monty, you lose Schelling, you lose Wellington. However, you do gain Scheiden, you get a bit of extra burst potential. Desperate Measures is an incredibly powerful card. Audacity has a lot of synergy with the 2-cost Aichi, which you do see in this deck from Tiger. So with 2 copies of Air and 2 copies of self-damage, I think calling the US mid-range deck self-damage might be a bit of a stretch, but it really seems like he is trying to target Jagro, trying to target US mid-range, and we'll see if this is going to work out for him.
Is the thought process behind, I know that second air list has come to popularity recently. Is the thought process just, hey, Brit Air is so good, let's make them deal with 2 air decks. They can only ban one of them?
Yes. I think there's some extent that it has slightly different matchups, especially if you do run cards like Bonsai, which we do see in Tiger's deck, which further lends to the idea that he might be trying to specifically target US midrange and Jagra, which are almost exclusively ground units. However, there are players who might build a lineup thinking, I can ban air, so it's fine if my decks are weak to air. And then if you see 2 air decks from your opponent, it means they're just getting essentially a free win if your lineup is weak to air, since you can't ban both.
And that's the beauty of the Conquest format as well, where if you have decks that are targeting Jagro and, let's say, US midrange, well, you have to get those decks through at some point. And if you simply cannot do it because you cannot beat whatever deck that is, your opponent's going to have a really good time trying to push through that. So we've got Tiger, who went 6-0 in the Swiss. Next up, let's take a look at TB's decks. Spooz, let's have you walk us through them.
Sure. So TB in opposite to Tiger, bringing a little bit more of meta decks here, starting with with Japan German Jagro list that we've just seen over and over again in all the tournaments in this year and in the last year. Just a very dominant deck and still very good in a lot of matchups. There's not really any matchup that's really hard countering this, other than just building a deck that is really targeting to counter this. So always a good pick to bring, and TB totally in a good shape with this deck today here. Then the second deck, we just have the US Germany Frontline, another very popular deck that we've seen in the past months. TB deciding to go with double Blitzkrieg in his list, and yeah, the rest is really standard. 2 Hellcats in this. Just, I mean, what's outstanding here? 1 copy of Patrol, maybe just to target the IG, for example, that is very dominant at the moment. So a little tech card to easily get rid of that card. But yeah, the rest is very, very standard with 1 dive bombing. And then we have 2 discard lists. So DB, the only player today that is not bringing Brit Air, he's taking his Brit choice to play Britain, Germany, discard control. And the German deck is a German Italy discard control deck with stuff like Case Yellow in it, in both of the discard lists. A very, very strong card at the moment. Kind of replaced Wolfpack in some decks. Here, for example, in the German list. So DB is not playing Wolfpack, but 3 Case Yellow. And then just a very strong Italy control package with the decisive defense. Mar Nostrum, a really strong card later on in the game when you have all your big bodies on the board. And then you play the Mar Nostrum, heal yourself back, and then follow up by all this discard shenanigans. It can be really annoying for your opponent to come back into the game. Yeah, and the Brit list, I think the Brit discard list might be a little bit stronger because you have access to the Pioneer Company, for example, making all this Case Yellow, Wolfpacks, Annihilations costing less. So you have earlier access to them, can make your opponent make earlier discards. So they need to be very, very fast to get stuff on board before you just remove it. But then the opponent is having the problem, you have stuff like Monty and Shelling, you can just pin it. You have Churchill, you can just bounce all the stuff back into their hand. And followed up by some discard, you can just make them discard what they even played. So yeah, it can be really frustrating to play against Britain, Germany discard these days. And we will see if it's working out for TB today with Ellis.
So Spooz, you know, TB's going kind of all in with having 2 discard decks today. What do you think their thought process was in bringing that for the top 4 here?
I'm kind of surprised that they don't bring Brit Air because it's really strong at the moment, like it's just been in the past months. But yeah, if you have 2 lists, you will have access to at least one of them, and discard really being very strong at the moment. Because as we saw, not too many aggressive decks, people trying stuff out. So this card is getting better and better, and even against aggressive decks. If you have a good start, or if you have access to Monty and then all the AoE orders like Root Out or even the supply shortage, you can even win against them. So I think, yeah, having access to 2 of them will guarantee you to play at least one of them.
That's fair. J King, you know, we were going through Tiger's decks. We saw that he was probably targeting that Jagro list or the mid-range list, and you saw that TB's the first two decks are kind of exactly what Tiger is targeting. Do you think that is going to put him in a better situation in this matchup, or will those discard decks kind of throw him for a bit of a loop?
I definitely think the discard decks are going to be quite strong against Tiger's lineup. I think the strong part of discard in the meta right now is its ability to shut down Brit Air in ways that other decks really are not capable of. Whether it's with sudden strikes in the German main or supply shortages in the Britain main, they're able to deal with those early boards relatively easily. And when Britain against other decks might otherwise just play Convoy, Lend-Lease, fill up their entire hand and do it all again, with the discard, if you start hitting these draw cards with a discard before they can get played, Britain Air will very quickly run out of resources and just get crushed. And we see 2 air decks from Tiger. Both of those not going to be happy going into those Britain German or German Italy decks. However, Jagro and US midrange, not great. I suspect we'll see the self-damage ban in that situation. And then the US Soviet deck, we're going to have to see if it actually works out. In theory, on paper, it looks like it's meant to target midrange and Jagro, but on paper is very different than in practice. There's a reason Jagro has been brought to every major tournament for years and years and years, and US Soviet has not been played for 2 years. So
we will wait and see. That's going to be our first matchup. Jking, sticking with you, why don't we take a look at Vinny's list in the second semifinal and see exactly what he's bringing. Vinny known for typically being a pretty creative deck builder as well, so I'm very curious to see the list he brought here today.
So first up, creative is definitely the right word to describe this first deck. It is Soviet Britain Air, and we did see this from Tiger in the previous OCC, very different build. So Vinny is really going all in on the bombers here. The only British air units he's running is 3 copies of Swordfish, and then he's got 4 copies of the Polycarpov, the 1-cost 1/2 Soviet bomber, to work with, of course, the Empire Strikes, sort of the flagship card of Britain Air. And interestingly, he's got 1 close air support, with the 3 Swordfish being the only British air units, which could be seen as a little risky, but I think with 1 close air support, it's strong enough that you're going to be safe in these Swordfish anyways for Empire Strikes, and 1 cost buff 3 units, going to be pretty good. What's very fascinating about this list, though, in particular, is he's only got 1 convoy as draw from the British side, which typically Britain is used for the draw, for the Lend-Leases, for the convoys. But he's actually got honeys in there with 2 copies of 5-Year Plan, which 5-Year Plan, of course, is draw 5 cards, take 5 damage. However, if you have a honey on the board, you just don't take the damage since you're healing 5 from drawing the 5 cards. So that's a little interaction he's going to be looking to use to draw actually more than Lend-Lease. However, it is a bit of a 2-card setup, and if the honeys aren't in hand, 5-Year Plan can very quickly bring him down into just dying. And of course, he's got Veteran Pilots, changed several months ago and hasn't seen a ton of play, but I think it's sort of been a lot of people have been sleeping on it, so I'm very excited to see Vinny bringing Veteran Pilots. This deck is very creative, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs. Then we have his German deck. It's a German-Italy control deck, somewhat similar to the one we saw from TB, and Vinny is doing, of course, Lurking Danger, Careless Talks, same as TB, but with a few differences. He has 1 more Careless Talk. He's got a King Tiger in here. So it's these tiny changes that can really make or break a deck. We see TB has the Panther Gs, which will help out a lot against a more ground-based deck, especially if you get a Mare Nostrum against Jagro, or get it to the front line against US German midrange. That can be quite strong. Vinny on the other side, he has Sky Baron, so it might be looking to target air a bit more. Then going over to his third deck, it is the Britain-Japan Air, which we have seen. We've seen Tiger also bringing it so far. But I'd like to highlight a couple of differences. We see Vinny running the more traditional, I would say, Japan ally cards with 2 Sonya, 3 air superiority, 3 Type 94s, 2 Aichis, and a naval supply run. We saw Tiger cutting the Aichis altogether and cutting 1 air superiority. However, Vinny is also running one copy of Mosquito and one copy of Wrath Lightning, which are not typically run. So he is also going with Tiger in looking to get a little bit more mid-range action into this deck. Could be trying to stick larger units against discard, could be maybe trying to stick larger units in a game that goes late, potentially, against US-German mid-range, which brings us to the fourth deck. It is the US-German mid-range. We saw TB have it, Tiger had a US-Soviet version of it. US mid-range seems to be quite popular in this tournament, at least in the top 4. So clearly it's performing well. And something that's a little off meta, which I think Vinny brings to all of his decks, is one copy of the Trop rather than 2 copies of the Blitzkrieg. So he's taken out a copy of the Blitzkrieg, put in Trop, and also put in a copy of Rally, which a Rally combined with Blitzkrieg is able to deal a ton of damage and is especially strong into air, which on top of Monty and shelling, of course, even just an Albacore to pin a tank in the front line. You play Rally, you can kill the Albacore. That alone can swing the game in the beginning of the game. So we'll see if these tech cards from Vinny are going to be strong enough to bring down the meta decks that the other players have brought. And I'm really looking forward to see if it works out.
I love that Vinny will bring something that, from a shell perspective, looks like a meta deck and then goes, yeah, but I'm going to put some combo pieces in there because I like trying to draw my Honey and 5-year plan or trying to draw my Rally and Blitzkrieg together and just add in that extra layer of flavor to the list that he brings. So Spooz, he's going to be taking on Head. Why don't you walk us through what Head is bringing here in the top 4?
All right, so in a second, there we go. So Head kind of going the Tiger approach here with 2 air lists, starting with Brit Japan Air, the dominant air archetype at the moment, also going with double IG in his lists, triple air superiority. So very standard list, nothing really outstanding, if I just see it correctly. So we can go on to the next one, which is again US German mid-range frontline, with 2 Blitzkriegs, 2 dive bombings, and yeah, just the standard. So I think Head just brings the most standard meta decks here today with their lineup so far. The third deck, on the other hand, is a little bit outstanding. A deck we haven't seen in years being that, or being in a tournament. It's Soviet Germany discard control, I would call it. A deck, I think when I started cards, I really loved playing this deck. It was really strong back in the days. You can just abuse all these strong control cards from Soviets, all these strong guards like Bryansk Irregulars, First Rifles, T60 that can just give you very aggressive T34s that you can just utilize to whether attack the HQ or trade out enemy units. And then you have on the German side the strong cards like Wolfpack, Case Yellow, and Annihilation that can just be very, very crucial to your opponent's hand management. And Root Out the Enemy gives you access to another AoE order other than Winter Warfare in your deck. So it's a very strong deck control-wise, depending on what matchup you're hitting, but I think this definitely also hits or targets very aggressive decks. With the Sudden Strikes, you have good removals for Brit Air or any other early air units that might come to your opponent's side. And yeah, these discards, if they come into the correct moment there, it's very hard to just deal with it for your opponent. And then we just see Japan, Britain Air again. So 2 players bringing this archetype today here. Also bringing Audacity to just take the synergy with the IG, and Empire Strikes to just, Empire Strikes is really a key card in airless these days. With all these cheap bombers, you can just establish a white board out of bombers and then just abuse the Empire Strikes. That is not just hitting enemy units, but also the enemy HQ, and can be, in a lot of situations, just be the nail on the coffin for your opponent.
So Spooz, we've seen it a couple times now where, folks are taking these antiques off the shelf, dusting them off, and bringing them to a top 4 of an open. What has gotten into them where they decided this is the best way to go forward, is to pull this thing off the shelf?
I mean, we have to ask the players for that, but what was good in the past, and yeah, then over the time, archetypes developed and maybe, got forgotten. And then somebody just thinks, oh, back in the days, there was this deck. Let's try it out again. And then just in the meantime, maybe there has been new cards added that maybe synergizes into that one. And people are just taking the old stuff, combining it with new stuff, and suddenly you have a very, very strong dominant deck. And I really like to see decks coming back, and I'm excited to see how this deck in specific is performing today.
Do you think that's the case, Jking? It's one of those scenarios where, okay, we've seen Brit Air, we've seen the Jagro stuff, we've seen US Frontline or mid-range. It's maybe time to go back to the well and pull something else out to deal with these decks that we've been kind of seeing over and over in events?
Yeah, for sure. As Bruce said, to some degree, it's new cards being added to breathe a new life into some of these decks. I think that's especially the case with Case Yellow in the Soviet German discard deck. That's a deck that I brought a very similar list to that to the September OCC, specifically to target Air, Frontline, and Jagro. And it worked really well. I believe it won me the tournament. And after that, we all just stopped playing it because the meta shifted slightly more mid-range, slightly more control. Aggro started tacking around it a bit more. And then, I mean, it's been 6 months since then. And in that time, aggro has gone back to being much more aggressive, much more easily targetable by these very strong anti-aggro cards that Soviet and Germany bring to the table. So I think just because a deck stopped being played, it doesn't mean it was nerfed into the ground. It doesn't mean it was just people realized it was bad or found out how to play around it. It could just be a slight shift in the meta away from what that deck was targeting, and now we've shifted back, meaning that that deck is now very strong again in specifically a tournament situation, which I think is very much the case for this Soviet-German deck. I expect that one to be banned or to very easily win against most of the decks we've seen today.
Do you think that plays into it as well? The fact that, okay, I haven't seen this deck in a minute. I maybe haven't prepped to face this deck. I might want to ban it because I just don't want to deal with it and I don't know how to? Or do you say, oh yeah, I've seen this before. I think I can figure out how to handle it. I'll still go with banning my original plan. And then, like you said, maybe that ends up running wild through my lineup.
I mean, I think it depends a lot on how you build your lineup. There's some players who seem to be targeting very specific decks, like we saw with Tiger. He seems to be targeting Jagro, US midrange. So his idea is probably with the ban is I'll just ban whatever is not US midrange or Jagro. Whether it's air, whether it's a control deck, it doesn't really matter to him. Whereas a player more like Vinny or TB, or sorry, well, a player with a lineup more like Vinny or TB might be more interested in not really having a ban strategy at all. Just I brought 4 very good decks. I'll just ban whatever deck in the moment I don't really want to play against. And discard is oftentimes that deck. It doesn't even necessarily matter if it has the strongest win rates. These are best of 5 series, and every player is guaranteed to be playing 2. So every player is playing 2 best of 5s. It doesn't even matter if you win the game. Nobody wants to play a 25-minute game against discard. The damage that will do to your mental fortitude over the course of this tournament is like, it is far from negligible. So yeah, I would expect to see any deck that's running 3 Case Yellows, 2 Wolf Packs, 2 Annihilations, plus anti-aggro to be banned by anybody bringing any sort of aggro decks.
Now, Spooz, you're chuckling at that. Do you tend to agree that, like, I just don't want to deal with this? I don't want to do it.
Yeah, especially because even if you have tagged against discard, so usually discard is hitting your draw cards. That's just, I think it's implemented somewhere in the code, I'm pretty sure. And that alone, one of these situations can just break you mentally and just ruin your whole tournament. So I completely agree with Jking. You don't want to face any discard combined with aggro control tags. Yeah, just ban it and even deal with air.
To say that I would rather deal with Brit Air than a discard deck is saying a whole heck of a lot at this point. Thank you both for your expert insights. Alien, thank you for joining us on the War Room here, the pregame show for Cards Open 15. Stay tuned because in just a few moments, we're going to find out who will be winning, taking home the crown and $600 US as the Cards Open 15 champion. Welcome everybody. It is Cards Open 15. I am joined by Jking and Spooz. Elin will be joining us a little bit later as well as we bring you all of the action from the top four. The $1,500 prize pool on the line today. It's going to be a heck of a day. We've gone through some of the decks in the pre-show, so you can always check them out there. We'll be diving in again here in just a few moments. But before we get there, why don't we take a look at exactly who will be competing in today's top four. Now, over 100 players competed in 2 qualifier weekends. We ended up with the top 16 who competed yesterday, and here are our 4 competitors. We have Tiger, we have TB, we have Vinny, and we have Head. You'll see some new names. You'll see some pretty well-known names as well. Seeing Tiger take a path through Bezio and Kumeshin, who actually defeated No in 5 in the top 16 3-0. So that is something to be said there. TB taking a little bit of a different path. We do see Rara defeating Bubbles, who TB then took out Two-Face Tiger. So again, no easy path on that side. On the other side, Vinny taking out Ari Big Ben and PY Torch. And you've got Head taking out Birdo again in a first round matchup here in a solid 3-2 series. And defeating Kamavati as well. So in this first matchup here, we're going to be talking about Tiger versus TB273. Both these players are now reviewing deck lists, making decisions around what they want to ban. So I figure while we're doing that, we can take a quick peek back at the decks and talk through strategy and maybe who or what they would be looking to ban. Jking, you walked us through Tiger's decks in the pre-show. Why don't we just have them brought up again and you can maybe give us a little quick run through. But you did mention that Tiger's looking very specifically to target certain archetypes here.
All right, so once again, his Soviet deck is Soviet Italy self-damage, and this deck is going to be incredibly powerful against US midrange and Jagro, because those decks rely so heavily on 1 health infantry, and self-damage has about 100 different ways of dealing 1 damage. And not only can it deal this 1 damage to kill all of their opponent's units, it's well buffing their own 456th while discounting their 34th guards. The entire deck is built around synergy off of being able to play these cards that deal 1 damage. So it's just sort of a double threat against Jagro and US midrange. Then he has Britain, Japan Air, and I'll talk about his 4th deck here, Japan, Britain Air, sort of in the same breath because they're 2 very similar decks in that if they can get down an early bomber, especially if they go first, these decks will absolutely crush Jagro and US midrange because of the power of these bombers at controlling the board, controlling the front line even, against these slow-moving infantry. And of course, cards like Air Superiority, Empire Strikes for these huge tempo swings to take back board control. Then the 3rd deck is US-Soviet midrange with 3 Winter Warfares, 4 Bloody Sickles, and this is really trying to target Jagro. It's really trying to target US midrange. But what I find interesting about this is only 1 counter-offensive, and no Blitzkrieg, obviously, since it's not the German ally, which means it's going to take longer for Tiger to close out the game with this US Soviet midrange, which could be fine against US German midrange, where if you can control the front line, you play Shermans, you play We Can Do It, you can just slowly get enough value and you can end out the game however slowly you want, as long as you control the front line the entire time. But against Jagro, if they get a feigned off, they could easily come back no matter how much you control the early game with these Bloody Sickles and Winter Warfares. So we're gonna have to see if this deck is strong enough to go up against the likes of meta Feigned Retreat Jagro. And then I would just like to mention about his Japan-Britain deck. It's a bit more mid-rangey. We see 2 copies of Zero, Shiden, but he has 2 naval operations and a bonsai. So this is particularly targeting these slower ground unit-based decks like US midrange. And when I say slower, I do mean slower compared to, say, Jagro or Britain Air, not slower as in control. So TB's US German midrange could struggle, but I think Jagro is going to get through, even with the likes of self-damage being in Tiger's lineup.
So before we get too crazy talking about bans, let's have Spooz run us through TB's list real quick as well. Now we can dive into the nitty gritty of what we think those matchups are going to look like.
Yeah, TB bringing the first two decks are more like standard decks that just feature Jaggro and US German frontline here. Nothing too fancy in both of this list, but yeah, deck 3 and 4 are both discard decks. Mainly targeting mid-range, and maybe it should be even good against self-damage, because self-damage, as we just saw from Tiger there, is not having too much draw in the deck. I think Tiger is only running one Yak and one 5-year plan that can provide any draw. So if you can hit them early with the discard, it can be really painful for them. And yeah, with Italy as ally for the German deck, you have very strong control stuff there with the Lion 4-day, which is good against self-damage. But also Mare Nostrum, even if you fall behind early on in the game, and then you just maybe even drop a Leopold, which is not too easy to kill for self-damage if they don't have the correct answers. That combined with the Mare Nostrum can just easily win you the game alone. And with the Brit list, you just have access to Monty and shelling, supply shortage. The self-damage deck, for example, is having very slow infantry in there, other than the OT-34 maybe, but the rest is kind of slow. And if you just constantly can pin them, push them back with the Churchill, and just hit them with a supply shortage, it's very hard for them to even reach your HQ. And then you just hit them with the discards, and you can easily win the game. So TB also kind of a good spot here against Tiger. So both players having decks that are very good against the others. And it depends a lot of who's banning which deck here and who's bringing which deck into which match. It could be a very exciting series, and I expect it to be very, very close in the end.
So, Jking, you were talking a little bit about how Tiger's U.S. Soviet list was a bit of a question mark. So, if you're TB and you're looking at it, do you just say it's probably in my best interest to ban one of the air decks, or does he think those discards are going to work well into them?
If I was in TB's position, I think I would ban the Soviet Italy self-damage, just because it is essentially a free win against Jaggro, and it's essentially a free win against US German. Of course, at this level with these players piloting these decks, nothing is actually a free win, but it's going to be heavily favored for Tiger in those matchups. So I would just get self-damage out of there. You don't have to worry about it. Jaggro into air, that's a deck. That's a matchup you play on ladder all the time, and it goes every which way. Same with US midrange into air, even against Japan, Britain air. That's a little more teched against US midrange. I think you're still going to be able to find a win there more easily than you could against Soviet Italy. And I think it might come down to the US Soviet deck in just how good is it going to be for Tiger? Is this a deck that's going to get a win in his first game, or is it this going to be the deck that keeps him back?
That is the fact of the matter, right? This is a conquest series. You're banning one, you have to win with your other three. So if there's a question mark out there and it does not get the right draw, the right matchup, it could be absolutely painful for Tiger to try and push that through. What do you think in Spooz from a ban perspective? If you're in Tiger's shoes here, we talked about how TB's probably looking to ban that self-damage deck. What about Tiger? What's Tiger thinking in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard when you face an opponent like TV that is bringing two discard decks. So it does not make sense to ban one of them because it's still the other one left. So you kind of look at the other two decks. What do you think of those? And then maybe decide between these two. But since Tiger is having a good lineup against Jaggro and also good decks against Frontline, maybe he's going for one of the discard decks here. If I would be him, maybe I would go for the Brit-German discard, because it can be very annoying to face that with all the pin and supply shortage, then hit by the discard. Maybe I would go for that if I would be Tiger.
We're just still waiting here to have the bans come in, but Jking, I saw you nodding along there. Is that your thought process as well, that getting rid of one of the discard decks is the way to go?
Yeah, I think Spooz is absolutely correct on that, and especially with the Britain German discard. I think that's going to be the scarier deck from Tiger's perspective, because I think that's going to have a slightly better time answering air, especially with those supply shortages, which can get around the Aichi destruction effect, which can be quite big. And the Japan main version does have 3 copies of Naval Operation and Bonsai, which might not be the most impactful cards in this matchup, and it has a lot less sort of powerful early game blowout synergy and a lot more just slower mid-range units that come out and need to stick on the board. And with Annihilation, supply shortages, Monsoon Rots, I think Britain is just going to be able to control both of these air decks quite easily. So I would be pretty shocked, honestly, if Tiger chose to ban anything else.
Well, we're going to see that in just a few moments as we're continuing to wait for the bans. Never mind. We have the bans right now, so let's bring them up and take a look. Well then, looks like there are no surprises here. I mean, this is exactly what we predicted, is it not?
Yep, the TB banning Tiger's Soviet Italy self-damage. He doesn't want to get that into his Jaguar or his US mid-range, and from his perspective, he must be confident that both of those decks are going to have to be played. And of course they are, because Tiger bans TB's Britain-German discard deck. Tiger doesn't want to play against it. If you've ever played against that deck on ladder, you don't want to play against it.
Fair enough. I also use the term "we" very loosely, where I say we predicted that, right? I meant Jking and Spooz, so there's no confusion there. But we are getting the players ready to go, so we should be in game in just a few moments here. Any thoughts into what you open up with as your first deck, if you're a Tiger or your TB?
I think if you're TB, there's an argument for just starting with the German-Italy control. But from Tiger's perspective, that's harder. Maybe you just start with Britain Air, since on paper it's your best deck. I mean, I think it would be very risky to start with the US Soviet deck. I think you want to sort of hold that back, wait until you have a higher chance of getting a favorable matchup. But, I mean, realistically, it is just going to come down to there's not a great science to what you bring first, at least in this situation.
Is there, in a different situation, a world where you decide, hey, I have my strongest deck, I just want to get that win out of the way with it? Or do you go, yeah, I'm going to take maybe one of my weaker lists, knowing that I have to get this through at some point anyway, might as well try pushing it through first?
Yeah, I think if you have a deck that is weaker because it has just, say, a 40% win rate against all 3 of your opponent's decks, bringing that first just to start hacking away at trying to get that deck through, perfectly valid. I know a lot of players would try to win with their better matchups first, just so they get up to 2 wins, and then it's just, I just need to win with this deck with as many shots as I got. If it's a weaker deck, as in it has 1 absolutely unplayable matchup, and then 2, like, all-right matchups, I don't think you bring that one first, just because of the strong risk of instantly losing, essentially. But again, you have to try to get into the head of what your opponent's going to bring first in those situations, which, yeah, can be. It's easier said than done.
For sure. Would you tend to agree there, Spooz? It's one of those, okay, if I'm thinking this because they're thinking this, but if they think I'm thinking this, and they're going to change their mind, and that just kind of messes with the whole game plan. You just go, hey, I'm going to go with something strong, win, get some momentum going into the series, and carry through.
Yeah, I completely agree with the second line there. Just bring what you're comfortable with. You can't get in your opponent's head, even if you're trying your hardest. It's just not possible. So just go what you're familiar with, what you're comfortable with, and just try to get these 3 wins out of them.
You mentioned something interesting, Spooz, during the as we were talking about bans, and I'm curious to get Jking's opinion on this as well, where you were talking about the discard list. And, you know, in this scenario, it doesn't quite apply because of the differences between the 2 lists, and the Britain one being a bit stronger. But is there ever a mindset where you go, okay, if I have to face a discard deck, I might as well face them both? Same principle with, like, hey, if I have to beat 1 air deck, I might as well just try and beat them both, because I'm going to have to win against air anyway? Or do you still try and say, yeah, I'm going to make this as easy a path as possible and just try and get rid of one of them?
I think it would depend a lot on the lineup you yourself have. If it's just a case of, well, air is strong, or it discards frustrating to play against, but it's not particularly targeted into your lineup's fine into it, I think it's perfectly valid to just leave your opponent with 2 discard decks, because in your opponent's shoes, it is very it's not a great feeling of having two decks that functionally work the same, and you need to win with both of them, and then you lose your like first game, or you lose 2 games, and you're like, well, I now have to win with this deck that's lost twice, and then do it again.
Right.
But on the other hand, there's, especially in cards with the way the ally nations work, I think you are very frequently going to have the meta version of the deck, like the best version of the deck, and then sort of like the closest thing people can scrape together that's resembling the same deck. So in that case, you can usually just ban the meta one, because you're going to have a much higher win rate into the other one.
Right, Brit is a great example of, yeah, this deck is so good, we'll make one that's almost as good because it's still better than a lot of the rest of the lists out there. So yeah, probably want to take the ban on the meta list in that scenario. We're just still waiting for the players to get queued up. They're having some slight challenges here. So now that we know the decks and we know the bans, Spooz, let's start with you. Any insight into who you think has the upper hand based on these matchups?
Yeah, really hard to say, but I think I would go with TB here, having access to that German Italy control deck, which is good against a lot of Tigers deck. And yeah, Jaggro and Frontline are just always able to win against every matchup. So I think I would go with TB here, taking that serious for him.
Jking, you tend to agree with that thought?
I think it's definitely going to be close. I have to say I don't have a lot of faith in Tiger's US Soviet deck. I think that might struggle to win. And just from a story perspective, I really want to see TB do well, because the last time TB was in an Open was in the August 2022 Open, and he got in, he dominated his way through top 16. Everybody was very excited because he was sort of an up and rising player. He had made it, gotten second in the July OCC, and then he lost 0-6. So really, anything from TB is going to be an improvement, but I really want to see TB be able to show that he is a player who has earned his spot in these top 4s and is going to be coming back in the future with just a solid statement performance here.
And I think TB really does play into that, like, always a bridesmaid, never a bride mentality, because I feel like you see TB everywhere, oftentimes showing up in these events, oftentimes performing fairly well and just can't take home the big ones. So, hopefully from a story perspective, this is TB's opportunity to do so. You have Jking highlighted a couple times now that the US Soviet list the Tigers bringing is a bit of a question mark. Can you walk us through a little bit more of that?
So against the control decks that TB has, of course, the Britain-German one is banned, but this German-Italy deck, these Winter Warfares and these Bloody Sickles are not going to be doing a lot. They're not going to be having a big impact. And the 456th might be quite strong against Jaggro, especially with a Signal Regiment on the board, where these 2 drops that start to grow. But against control, they're not going to do a lot, and could be potentially dead cards.
Well, here we have it. We are in game in the first match of the first series. So here we go. TB versus Tiger. Let's get into it.
And I'm actually quite surprised myself. I seem to have also predicted what decks they're going to be bringing. Maybe I should go out and get some lottery tickets after this.
Yes.
Because TB is going to be on his German-Italy control, starting off with just the control deck, get that out of the way, and Tiger is bringing probably what he feels like is just the strongest of his 3 decks, try to get a win. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about trying to winning the first game of a best of 5, just to get momentum in your favor.
Yeah, and TB with a really good starting hand here. Found the Careless Talk, Sudden Strike, also the German Research in hand, which can give him the Weave Y Flying Bomb to remove any 3-drop or less. But also Tiger with double type 94 here, gives him 2 surprise attacks already. And found an Airplane plus close air support. So both players with a pretty strong starting hand here.
These 2 Type 94s from Tiger are going to be quite strong, because although one is killed by the Careless Talk, losing a 1/1 tank, not the biggest deal, and they stick around. They have these surprise attacks in hand, which can be used for an incredibly powerful tempo swing. However, they're also just cards in hand, so that if TB starts playing these Case Yellows, these Annihilations later into the game, it means he is less likely to hit that very important card draw from Tiger. And we see TB getting the read on Tiger having close air support, because we saw Tiger hold back the tank. He didn't move up and attack for the free 1 damage. So from TB's perspective, you're basically certain your opponent has a close air support. And not only does he have 1 close air support,
He has 3 now. But unfortunately, not really anything to play them on. I mean, the leftmost card might be a Sonya, but you want to utilize the Sonya a little bit different. And also with not any unit adjacent to that one, close air support is actually not that strong.
And honestly, that is a very tough decision for TB between the JU, the Case Yellow, and the 989, because the 989 can come down. With Mare Nostrum, just get 6 healing immediately, take out this Type 94. The JU, of course, is just a very powerful card against Brit Air in general, because it's a 4/6 fighter, but with 2 surprise attacks in Tiger's hand. TB knows that if he just plays the JU on turn 5, it's just going to immediately die. So he chooses to take the Case Yellow.
Which is also not having that much of an impact there, with Tiger's hand being full of cards and all of them even 2 times, 3 times. Might hold it back for later. The good thing with Case Yellow, and what I think is the strongest part of this card, is this just replacing itself. Your opponent is discarding 1 card, you just draw 1 back, and that just alone make this card really, really strong. And what do you think? What impact is this give all your units +1/+0 having, Jking?
I mean, the impact it has can swing quite wildly, depending on the board state you have, and it's probably the last thing you think about when you play the card. However, of course, dealing 1 damage, getting +1 attack, especially with Mare Nostrum, potentially, can be quite powerful. But really where it comes in and why it has replaced Wolf Packs, which have traditionally been in TB's deck with these German Italy control decks, is drawing a card for yourself is significantly better than your opponent not drawing a card, because you're already playing a control deck. The average card in your deck is already going to be better than the average card in your opponent's deck. And I think we're really seeing this right now with what the hands are looking like.
Good use of the Sonya there, combined with the surprise attack. Also risking the overdraw here just to find stuff to play next turn. And he found a Swordfish, luckily, but not really any good other stuff. There is Sexton might come later, and Sexton combined with close air support, that's really, really a scary thing for your opponent when you cannot really remove it.
TB's sort of in a very unfortunate position right now, because he can just play the Comet, kill the Sonya, empty board, you're at 18 health, you're feeling pretty good. But his hand isn't necessarily the best to react to a huge flooding board from Tiger with a couple of close air supports in there to buff stuff up. So if he does play Comet and Tiger plays 3-4 units and a couple of buffs, suddenly TB is looking very scared. So TB instead chooses to remove the Sonya with the Flying Bomb and hold up the Careless Talk to try to answer a potential board flood from Tiger's side, which I think is a very intelligent play.
What do you think? What might be the reason here to activate Careless Talk over From the Deep? Because there was enough credits for From the Deep. Do you want to have From the Deep later for the other stuff, like the Spitfire, for example, or?
So I think the reason would be that Tiger's larger units, the units that have more than 3 health, are generally their deployment effects. There's the Mosquitoes, there's the Rafts, there's the Sextons, as we see the Sexton come out. So Tiger's probably not just going to immediately slam one, especially going into an Annihilation turn. In this case, he does, because looking at his hand, he has no other choice. But from TB's perspective, you must be thinking, what if I had Annihilation? From his perspective, just playing Sexton out in this situation looks like a bad play. So the question is TB going to get a read on Tiger's hand because of this? Or could this potentially put TB on tilt because he's thinking, well, what is my opponent doing? And Comet going face, that is a bold play.
Yeah, kind of the only play. The only other option would have been Comet into Sexton, but it also feels really painful. So not too many other options here for TB, I guess. Or did you see any other line there? Maybe activate decisive defense instead, or?
I think Comet trade into the Sexton could be a reasonable play. However, the reason I really like this is, from your perspective, your Comet will kill your opponent faster than their Sexton, and if the opponent buffs the Sexton at all, it's suddenly in range of this Lion for a Day sitting in your hand. So you want to keep the Comet to deal with these pesky bombers, and just wait for your opponent to play a buff.
And we might see exactly that one. Tiger bringing that Sexton into line for their range. But then there's still this buff Gladiator that Tiger has to deal with. Let's see if he finds an answer for that one too. I mean, you can line for a day and then just activate decisive defense, for example. Ooh.
And moves it to the front line. And this is because Tiger likely got the read that TB has Dechuma in hand based on attacking face with the Comet. So he's thinking, well, I'm going to move the Sexton to the front line, get it away from the Dechuma, and then he can't remove it because it's a 5-6 artillery. Unfortunately, it was not Dechuma, it was Lion for a Day that TB had. So the Sexton does die, but this 3-5 Gladiator will stick on the board.
Only potentially stopped by the decisive defense if Tiger so chooses to attack the HQ. I mean, looking at Tiger's hand, he kind of has to, right? I mean, is it worth waiting here for more stuff that you can sacrifice into it? Not really, I guess.
Yeah, and he's choosing to also just drop the air superiority, take it off while he can. And now he's passing with 6 credits, so TB has to be cognizant of a potential Ultra. Again, he could just do Comet Face hold up from the deep because Tiger's deck runs no healing and no guard, so TB can just win the game in 4 turns, and you've seen your opponent struggling to play units. Maybe you just have that read of, I'll just win in 4 turns because there's nothing you can do.
Probably deciding to drop the U88 here, just to have a big body on board, and then you can deal 8 damage next turn if the JU is ever surviving. But TB also knows that there's a surprise attack waiting in Tiger's hand, so that JU is probably not going to attack next turn, maybe even dying if Tiger finds another option with the Monty, for example, to pin it. Pound the Mosquito there.
That Mosquito would be a very good draw if TB did not have from the deep up, but unfortunately it's Tiger's only unit in hand, and this Monty can't draw, so it's kind of an awkward situation. You can use Monty and Surprise Attack to remove the JU, play out Mosquito, and attack face for 3 damage, but of course, as we know, that will kill the Mosquito, and that will leave Tiger in an even worse position, arguably, than he is in now.
Yeah, Tiger really needs to find an order that gives him the chance to cycle through his deck and find more options here, because what he's currently having in hand is not really helping him in any way. It looks like we're going to see Monty into... Oh no, it's a Mosquito. And now he's going with Gladiator into JU, I expect.
I mean, this is the tough situation for Tiger, because you have the Monty Surprise Attack. Chooses to not play them, but still go face. That's quite interesting. I'm not a huge fan of this play, because it gets punished by a lot of things, namely Mare Nostrum. And because you've used 7 credits on your turn, your opponent's no longer going to be playing around Ultra, which they were potentially playing around last turn, as we saw TB not play any orders. So there is... TB can remove this Gladiator, play the Gladiator, and then still go face with the Comet, well healing for 5, back to full health. And Tiger, it's looking a lot like a Lend-Lease or bust situation now.
Spoils of War, what can you find out of that? Ooh, Schwalbe, what an insane find there. So, how is Tiger ever coming back here? Only a Lend-Lease would really help.
choosing to hold back the Gladiator, and I really like this because in this situation, you're fine with the units you have on board, and the only way your opponent can realistically answer it is with an Empire Strikes play. So just keeping the Gladiator back, not damaging it.
Oh, there's the Annihilation.
This is a tough call. You really want all of those, and you're probably not playing an order this turn because of the potential Ultra. I mean, your opponent's not playing units, and they've floated several credits for several turns now. From TB's perspective, you must be pretty confident your opponent has an Ultra, but we see Tiger finding his 3rd and 4th convoy. Still no Lend-Lease, though.
And also smart choice from TB to hold that Annihilation back. He could have played it last turn, make your opponent discard one. A lot of players, I think, would have fell for that. Bring your opponent down to 3 cards in hand. But keeping it in hand opens him up to just have stuff to deal with the Spitfire and also with the Rough Lightning later on. And this is so much more value then. Like, if there's Spitfire coming now or Rough Lightning, followed up by an Annihilation, this would be really hard for Tiger to just get through this. There goes the Gladiator back into the hand.
Yeah, he had the choice to do Spitfire Monty. He could do just Wrath. Tiger's probably still thinking about Decima, and he's probably thinking that he needs to get a card draw off of Monty. But it really doesn't matter because regardless of what he plays, it's probably going to get annihilated this turn. He could also potentially case yellow and trade, hold back the Annihilation, get the card draw in, get the discard in. Finds the Africa core, and
I mean, what do you pick here, Panzerzug?
Keg Bomber's a fighter, but your opponent has the only ground unit left in your opponent's deck is a 3rd copy of Type 94, I believe. So maybe you do take the Panzerzug just because you can deal 3 damage to the support line the turn you play it.
Yeah, and it's also a very big unit on board that your opponent needs to take care of. And there we go, Panzerzug.
Yes,
in cards open top 4.
Takes the Zug, and Tiger draws Type 94, so it's a pretty good thing TB didn't take the Egg Bomber, because then he could potentially get stuck and not being able to play it since it has to target the Type 94. And we see TB just playing this very slowly, probably slower than I would have played it personally, but I mean, it's working out very well for him. It's hard to argue with the results, and it's hard to think of a way Tiger could come back in this game. With Finest Hours being cut, there's really not much burst potential left from a completely empty board in Brit Air anymore. Sure, there's HMS, Empire Strikes, Close Air Supports, and whatnot, but that's just not dealing a ton of damage. And he can try to get some damage in with turns like Spitfire Shelling, but of course TB's hand is full of so much removal. Annihilation comes out, discards one of the 2 surprise attacks.
Oh my god, that was Annihilation. Destroying that 6/6 Spitfire. Yeah, TB had an answer for everything that Tiger might do here. Even if Tiger would have gone wide with a lot of airplanes, pin TB's board, you could have just dropped the Schwalbe and all the planes would have been gone. I honestly don't see a way where Tiger is ever coming back here. Like, look at TB's hand. Lion 4-Day, Schwalbe, Flammpanzer against all these 1-drop fighters and bombers. Found another Mare Nostrum even now. Holy.
And this is actually kind of an awkward position. Like, do you just play Schwalbe to remove the Wrath? You could also trade and play Root Out. You're probably not getting a much better Root Out than this, so maybe that is the line you go for, but you're still thinking of Ultra. You're still pretty positive your opponent has Ultra, so...
So, how is he going to remove the Rough Lightning there? Definitely going to. You don't want to leave your opponent with a fighter there. Although it would not be the end of the world with 1 Mare Nostrum in hand.
Honestly, I'd just like to see the Schwalbe. You've seen all of your opponent's large units. You've seen Sexton, 2 Rafts, Mosquito, and Spitfire. And if your opponent plays a board of a ton of bombers, I mean, Tiger's running out of buffs. You've seen 3 close air supports, so there's not a ton of ways to buff their attack and not a ton of ways to buff their health. And the 4th close air support draw, no HMS, no Lend-Lease. That it's not quite it for Tiger because he still has the Monty he can use, but he's greatly lacking the ability to deal the 17 damage necessary.
Yeah, and TB has a 2-turn lethal in hand with the Comet and Comet plus Mare Nostrum. It's exactly 9 damage. So Tiger kind of on the clock here now to do whatever miracle he can pull out of the rest of his deck.
And what's really interesting is when we're looking over the deck lists, we were saying that Tiger has these 2 Rafts, that he has this Mosquito. It's making the deck heavier to potentially stick around in these longer games. But he has hit every single one of his large units. That has not been the problem. And we're seeing that just having larger units in your deck doesn't necessarily help if it's you're not hitting that early game as consistently. Like, if we think back to those early hands, if that Raf had been a Aichi, or if that Spitfire had been an Aichi, maybe he could stick a board, maybe he could get more value out of Empire Strikes. And it's all of these maybes that are going to be going through your head after you are almost certainly going to be losing this game 1 of this series.
So, Tiger down to 2 health. So that means next turn with the Comet, it's definitely lethal. Tiger realizes there's nothing he can do. Monty is not helping against Comet in hand. And that means TB is taking the 1-0 lead in this series. Great performance.
Yeah, very solid performance. And I mean, TB went 0-6 in his last open. And today he is showing that that is not going to be happening again. I mean, honestly, just dominating that whole game.
Yeah, he played it very calm and very foreseeing what the opponent is having left in deck and in their hand, probably playing around everything that might potentially come there. And yeah, at the end, just seeing the opportunity to set up the 2-turn lethal, doing it, and yeah, Tiger having no out there other than surrendering and waiting for match number 2 now to do better.
And we see it is going to be Jagro into air with TB going first, which is normally exactly what you want. But unfortunately, the only 1-cost unit he hit was the Arado.
Which is not too bad against Tiger's Sonya, but with 2 air superiority in hand, it might not stick around for too long. And Tiger can not just play air superiority, also follow up by a Gladiator. And now TB is facing a situation that you don't want to be in as a Jagro player, especially not with this starting hand.
Hitting the Gladiator, that's pretty strong, especially because this is going to allow him to do 22nd and 35T next turn to kill the Sonya, or potentially just Whirlwind push up to kill the Sonya next turn. TB's not going to be too happy to see the 2nd air superiority coming out for Tiger, especially considering Tiger only runs 2 air superiorities. So this is definitely a card that you're not maybe thinking of as much from TB's perspective. However, if it is air superiority that comes out, it will mean that Tiger will not have an air superiority to answer the Whirlwind.
Oh, interesting. Deciding to go for the draw here, giving himself more options later. Because maybe he realized, if I play the air superiority now, I don't have anything against an infantry 35T or even a Whirlwind. And the Whirlwind in the front line is really what Tiger does not want to deal with. Now, finding airplanes plus having air superiority still in hand, he has a good way to remove the Whirlwind there. So pretty good catch there from Tiger, not going too wide with the air superiority, keeping it back or holding it back, and now he can just remove that Whirlwind, I expect.
And that Kitty Hawk is honestly Probably the best draw in Tiger's deck. He's actually choosing to hold back on the second AO superiority. Might be saving it for Sendai's, might be saving it for a little extra to deal with the Signal Regiment. And he's just damaging the Whirlwind to set up for a Swordfish Empire Strikes or a Sonya Empire Strikes to take everything out. And TB has to be aware of this. He has to have the read that you're likely going to have your entire board cleared the next turn. Unfortunately, he played the cavalry right away, and I think he's probably regretting that based on how slowly he's playing now. I think he's realizing, oh, wait, none of these units are going to be around next turn, and then I'm going to have to still respond.
So do we expect to go that IG, kill the Kitty Hawk then? And the rest goes face? Because this IG is dying anyways.
Yeah, I would like to see the IG trade out and just go face with the other two units.
Wait, what?
He instead plays the 35T and just goes all face. I mean, second Empire Strikes draw for Tiger, that is going to be brutal. Because I think TB's idea is, if he does do Bomber, Empire Strikes, the Bomber's going to be pinned. But playing the two Blitz units in TB's hand now means that TB cannot draw with these 20 seconds. TB looks like his idea was just play turn 6 Feint, get as much damage out of your hand as possible, and go for the Feint, and we'll see if this is enough. Tiger's looking like he's going to be having quite a strong board with 3 units buffed by close air support and the second Empire Strikes in hand to clear off the first wave from TB.
Yeah, it's not looking good for TB here. A well-established board by Tiger, and that Empire Strikes will hit him hard, I expect. Just another bomber, because yeah, there's not much stuff in TB's hand. I mean, he has Desperate Measures, but all of them being above 2 health. So all of them would survive that. So it goes a little bit wider here than usual, just to set up an even bigger Empire Strikes later. All these Akitas.
And I quite like that play from Tiger of choosing to buff the Gladiator rather than the second Swordfish. Making the call that you'd rather have the extra stats on the units that are going to deal damage back. So if TB does hit these 35Ts, it does hit the other Blitz units that are going to be trading out with Tiger's units, that he instead hits these units that are going to be dealing damage back. Trading into the Gladiator will lose TB his units. But at this point, Tiger is sort of, just with the way this hand is looking right now for Tiger and TB having played Feint, Tiger is going to win or lose off of the back of these 4 units currently on the board.
So these Akita regiments really helping to providing damage to them, to be then being followed up by Desperate Measures maybe. But looking at TB's HQ health, it has to be very, very soon in TB's hand. But this Raiding Brigade is also helping to at least get rid of the Gladiator there, or even the 2/2 Swordfish. I think you always go for the Gladiator because this has 4 health and a 35T that TB just drew. Draw. Yeah.
And honestly, TB's probably looking for a Type 94 in this situation just to be able to pin this Kitty Hawk, stop a little bit of damage. He draws it a little bit too late. Now he doesn't have the credit to...
Speaking about it, yeah, just 1 credit short to play the surprise attack there. But could be helpful later in the game. So Feint Retreat really doing a great work here, finding TB 2 35T and the Raiding Brigade in addition, and suddenly Tiger only left with 2 airplanes, and one of them being only a 1/1. But there's still the Empire Strike sitting in Tiger's hand, and we might just see it right now.
Yeah, I think the question is, how are you dealing with this IG? Are you attacking into it with the Kitty Hawk? Are you using the air superiority on it first, or after? I suppose the order doesn't really matter. And going face with the Kitty Hawk to get a little bit of extra damage in, or you could even just play the Sonya Empire Strikes, go face with both, and ignore the 3/2 IG that's going to spawn from it.
I mean, if you want to kill both, you have to attack the IG-1 first, right? Because the other one is having smoke screen, so you cannot
this is true.
Attack it any longer with the Kitty Hawk. But there's also just arguments to just go face with the Kitty Hawk, because Yeah, that Empire Strikes is dealing additional 2 damage, and you set your opponent to 5.
And he can actually play the Sonya Empire Strikes. He won't have the credit to get the damage in with the Swordfish. However, he will still get the 3 damage in with Kitty Hawk, dropping TB down to just 4 health. Key is a very good draw because TB can pin the Kitty Hawk, and then this Key will block off the attack of the other 2 units. Of course, because Key is 4 credits, that's going to be the last card you want to play. Here he can actually just fully remove the Kitty Hawk and slam Key if that's what he wants to do, of course. Seeing Tiger's hand, Type 94, surprise attack, trade, and Sonya will likely remove the Key, but Tiger, with both Empire Strikes gone and Kitty Hawk gone, doesn't have a lot of ways of dealing burst damage anymore. So if he starts losing these units, it's gonna start looking really, really bad for him. And TB is going to double surprise attack the Kitty Hawk.
I think it depends a lot of what is Tiger finding out of the convoy next turn. If this is not something really helpful.
He could really use a Raft Lightning right now. Another Swordfish. Not really what you're looking for.
Oh, that is not too bad.
Yeah, the Gladiator close air support, definitely not bad. Just try to put down as much stats on the board as possible. Hope your opponent cannot respond to it. I mean, you're forced to trade off the Sonya, which means you're buffing Type 94. The Swordfish is sort of dying regardless. You can make a 2/4 Gladiator and drop your opponent to 2, and you're not dead on board. But the odds that your opponent finds a way of dealing 1 damage in essentially their entire deck is incredibly high.
There comes a surprise attack. Sonya probably going to attack into that Key.
Oh, and I actually miscounted. He doesn't have the credits to attack with the Swordfish, even if he goes for that play. So he's just going to leave the Key alive to get the extra card draw.
And he found the lightning that he needed 1 turn earlier. And TB found the Shiden here. Shiden only able to attack once this turn, so it has to be... I mean, double Akeeter is also pretty good here.
Oh, because of the Befelswagen, he can't go for the Errado guaranteed Desperate Measures draw. Because now, even if he trades off both of these tanks into the Gladiator, it will still be 3/3 units. He can play the Shiden to take out the Gladiator. Not something you really want to do, but with 2 Empire Strikes gone, you're pretty fine with this. You can take out the Sonya now, and I mean, Tiger still has Shellin in the deck, he still has Monty in the deck, but he still has to get units onto the board, and Raph plus Shellin. Oh, but the cavalry will die, so Tiger is not able to lock TB fully out of the support line. However, limiting them to 1 spot in the support line is going to be pretty good. And it will let you get 2 damage in if you Raph the... I was choosing to go for the Albacore instead. This will leave TB with 2 spots open in the support line. However, Tiger still going to be drawing 2 cards. HMS is really the only burst from hand anymore. Drawing into the Monty and Wellington.
There comes the guaranteed Desperate Measures draw now.
And with Whirlwind to take out the Swordfish, we've seen both their superiorities gone. TB not quite lethal on board. TB has to be very careful about not locking himself into the support line. He should just play a Akita this turn.
And he finds Type 93. So Tiger kind of forced to play Monty here to not die next turn.
But he can RAF a unit to the support line. The RAF will be pinned though. So he needs to Monty first, Type 94, surprise attack to pin this Whirlwind, and then RAF the Akita back to the support line, and that will just be game. This is just guaranteed lethal here. for Tiger if he sees this play. But it's a hard play to see, and he seems to have missed it. He still has the credits for it.
He needs to play type 94 first. No.
And he misses it. The Raph gets pinned, and Tiger's not going to be able to answer. There's no way to give the Spitfire Blitz. He's out of pin in the deck, so he can't set up a Spitfire pin turn. He's out of Empire Strikes, so he can't set up an HMS Empire Strikes turn. And Tiger has unfortunately just potentially thrown the game. He missed a guaranteed route to lethal, and it's looking pretty hard against him. TB passes this turn, but Tiger does have to contend with the units that are on board.
So there's no way that he having lethal this turn now, since he missed it last turn. So he needs to find a way to not die here for himself. Or is there any other way? I mean, there are 3 fighters in TV's support line, so that Wellington is never touching the HQ.
If he does Lend-Lease into Albacore and close air support, and then does Albacore on the Akita, and the Akita doesn't kill the Type 94, he can then have lethal. But that is a series of events.
Yeah.
Yes. And I do not envy Tiger's current position, because there is a lot of cards in your hand, and there's a lot of cards in TB's deck that you're still having to think about. And I'm expecting to see the Sexton come down to pin the Shiden, just so TB doesn't die. And double pin to kill the Shiden, so it looks like he's trying to set up a lethal where one of these bombers can get through, and of course TB now has to respond to the board. However, he's able to deal 5 damage currently from hand. He's entirely out of blitz tanks though. That's his second Whirlwind. He's out of 35 Ts completely. And with Shiden gone, he doesn't really have a way to deal with that little extra burst damage necessary. So I don't think there's a way to kill your opponent for TB here. So it's going to be, how do you best respond to the board? He is able to fully pin or remove or kill all of Tiger's current board, but I don't believe he can do that well staying alive.
He's just going to die to fatigue soon. Look at his remaining cards there. Whenever he plays a Sender Regiment now, he's going to draw a card.
And
the last card is Signal Regiment, sure.
And this is just a game. Tiger, although he missed that guaranteed way to win, he was still able to find the necessary cards, just utilizing that to draw a turn off of the key, keeping it pinned, finding the right order of the cards. And although he made that one mistake, he still played the following turns quite well. He has just missed. Oh, it's not lethal because of the Whirlwind.
Because of the Whirlwind in the front line, right?
However, this is going to be game regardless of what Tiger does, because TB cannot deal 10 damage on board, and he dies if he plays another card.
True.
So Tiger could literally pass here and he would win. His game could crash, his internet could go down, anything could happen. This game is as good as over. Holds up Ultra. TB doesn't even have any orders left in the deck.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Knowing that when you play a card, you guarantee lose. So he has no way to pin or kill the Sexton there. So I think,
yeah,
even if he can kill the Sexton, right? Tiger just has to pass, and TB is dying from fatigue. Ooh, that was really a close one. I did not expect it to be that close after seeing Tiger's opening play there, but TB really fighting back, making it close in the end. But Tiger missing one lethal, but in the end still getting the 1-1 score here for him.
It's become a bit of a maxim in the cards community over the last couple of months of like play feigned on 6, play feigned as soon as you can, and we saw TB go all in on board, set up for that turn 6 feint. But he ended up just dying in fatigue. He ran out of resources. He used too many blitz tanks early, let Tiger get too much value out of that first Empire Strike potentially. So I think it shows that there's a lot more nuance to this Jaguar deck. It's not just play out all of the cards that you can and then play Feigned Retreat as soon as you can and win. There's a lot more thought that goes into it, a lot more nuance, and that game, despite being Air versus Jaguar, probably the most common matchup on ladder, the 2 most common decks on ladder, there's so many ways that game could have been played differently from both sides. It would have led to entirely different games.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kind of, I mean, that the Empire Strikes from Tiger on turn, what was it, 5, was pretty obvious to come. And as you said, maybe it was a little bit too much waste of resources also on TB's end to play hardly into that Empire Strikes. I think 4 or 5 units died there. And maybe in the end, that was just too much value for Tiger. And in the end, TB not having enough power to deal the missing damage. And that's why we have a 1-1 score here. Not updated yet, so the score is 1-1 right now. And we are going to see who's going to win the match. US-German frontline versus Japan-Brit Air.
This is... We missed the first couple turns, but looking at the sidebar, we could see Tiger went first, starting with Swordfish, and TB has just been playing out those 30 seconds. I mean, wow, looking at this hand, triple Sherman, not what you want to see at all. You also do not want to go second starting against Swordfish. You don't want to not have your Red Devils. You don't want to miss the Combat Engineers as well, which would let this 35T get the attack buff to remove these Swordfish. But the one good thing that TB has going for him is this hand has a lot of juice. He's not going to be running out of resources anytime soon. And one of the drawbacks of the Japan deck is it's missing these close air supports. These bombers can be really annoying at the beginning of the game, but they're not going to grow particularly large. You're going to be able to deal with them eventually, whether it's with a Combat Engineer, as a Stars and Stripes, a Strategic Bombing, a Hellcat. TB will find ways to remove it.
And that half track, just in the correct moment here. Otherwise, there would not be too many answers against that key. And that's Skytrain doing some. I mean, is this what you want to have? Probably not, right?
No, this is absolutely not what you want to have from TB. You want to see those Combat Engineers, the 10th Engineers.
And we see it from TB. He's also
double Jasko. I mean, you're going to be able to stop a lot of damage for a very long time, but I mean, these are eventually going to be removed by Bonsais, Empire Strikes, Desperate Measures, Naval Operations. These Jaskos are not going to stick around for the rest of the game. They're just going to slow you down a lot because now TB needs to... I mean, he's struggling to get units onto the board because these Jaskos are just essentially giving him 2 fewer positions in the support line to play units into. And this turn, he can play the Blitzkrieg to just trade with Key. He can 35T out to kill one of the Swordfish. I mean, it doesn't feel particularly great, anything you do.
Yeah, I think we might see the Blitzkrieg here on that half track. Not really feeling great, but he's having 1 left, and almost every time it's enough. Are you serious? I mean, and TB could just pass the whole game here. How is Tiger ever dealing damage now?
I mean, he will eventually kill these Jaskos with the Desperate Measures 2 Empire Strikes in his hand, but in the meantime, he can just set up essentially any board state he wants. Moving up the 2 Swordfish means TB is just fully locked out of this game.
Yeah, what can TB do now? Nothing.
Tiger can literally just set up any board state he wants. I mean,
they are even bombers. What can he do? Even if he attacks into them.
As soon as Tiger plays a 0, TB can trade off. He could trade off the Skytrain, but...
That's hilarious. What are we going to see here?
Wow. I mean, just wow. Triple Jasko.
And the Skytrain, 4 units with 0 attack. And yeah, Tiger's just continuing to go to the front line with units here. So it's so hard for TB to ever go back into that front line.
I think if you're going to pin the Skytrain, you should probably play down your 0. Because the only reason I see to pin the Skytrain is if your opponent is able to trade it off on that same turn. But we see another Type 94. I mean, even if this 0 gets on board and starts attacking face, it's only able to actually deal 1 damage per turn. But with all of the units in the front line, TB doesn't really have a way to come back in this game. Like, even after Tiger clears the Jaskos, fully clears TB's board, I mean, there's just so much damage on the board. You're taking it so quickly. I think he can greed out for 1 more turn, get to pin the Skytrain 1 more turn, and just try to find a 3rd bomber, so you can only use 1 Empire Strikes to clear this. You could also play a naval operation this turn if you really want to.
What an annoying game here for TB. I mean, you can't do anything.
Bizarre. I mean,
what are the odds of that happening? 3 times Jasko out of its Skytrain.
And mills a Hellcat. I mean, you don't want to mill anything, but Hellcat is definitely one of those cards that are pretty up there as one of the most important cards in this matchup. And he's slowly going to trade down this Jasko. I suspect we'll see Tiger just let those Empire Strikes, Desperate Measures rip next turn. With the Aichi draw especially. Aichi Empire Strikes, and then you can just attack face with 0. You can attack face with these tanks. I think this has gone on long enough. I mean, yeah, I think Tiger can just play the Empire Strikes here and be pretty comfortable that he is going to still confidently close out this game.
Oh, strat bombing overdraw. Well, next turn we might just see the Empire Strikes, and then that's a lot of damage there for Tiger. And yeah, just nothing that TB can do. And finally, he can play a unit here. But all of Tiger's units only having 1 attack, 2 of them even being bombers.
So
that unit, whatever he's playing there, is not even dying, so he can only play 1 unit.
The odds of TB getting triple Jasko from his Skytrain is 1 in 729.
Oh, that's more likely than I thought.
There's 9 options, potential options you can get from Skytrain, so yeah, 9 to the power of 3. Well, 1 in 9 to the power of 3. That is, I mean, that's just not something you can play around. I mean, Skytrain's just an amazing card. Playing Skytrain on curve against bombers is an amazing play, and completely out of TB's control. I mean,
it was just one of these 700 games that really backfired, and we're going to see if Tiger can take advantage of this. It really looks like it. I don't see how TB ever clears that front line here.
Yeah, down. I mean, he's technically, well, no, he's technically not dead on board. He can remove 3 damage from the front line, leaving a TB with just, leaving Tiger with just 7 attack on board. But we see the Desperate Measures in hand. This game is over, and that's going to be Tiger taking it. TB choosing not even to play it out, knowing that his opponent can definitely kill him. He's just trying to show, this is what I had in hand. This is what I was stopped from playing the entire game. And that game has got to affect your mental.
That was one of the craziest games I've seen in a while.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think that game will go down in KARDS history. People will be talking about the game of the triple Jasko years from now.
I can't believe it. That was just too funny. I mean, really frustrating there for TB. Locked in your own support line when you're playing a frontline deck. All of your units have 0 attack. Your opponent just pushing unit after unit into the front line. Oh my god. Just also, and additionally to that, just pinning all your stuff that you can potentially attack with. Ooh, so Tiger turning that game around. And suddenly in the 2-1 lead there. So TB has to be a little bit more fortunate now.
Yeah,
Just goes for that front line. I know it's front line against front line, but not really the same archetype. Kind of, but Tiger bringing US Soviet frontline and TB bringing the standard US German mid-range or frontline deck.
Yeah, I think this is really TB's time to show his mental resilience, time to show sort of what you're made of, because I mean, game one went very well for you. Game two felt like it was just outside of your grasp. I mean, from his perspective, it probably felt like, oh, Tiger had the 2 Empire strikes. He drew into the Shellin and then drew into the Monty. He just had exactly all of the cards in his small hand to be able to close that game out. And then, I mean, triple Jasko locking you out of the entire game. You have got to be feeling bad after that. But he's got 2 more games to play. Well, 1 or 2 more games to play. Tiger's left with just this sort of off-brand US Soviet deck. And I mean, on paper, it's still very easy. Not easy, but it's still very possible for TB to win the set. You can't let the outcome of the previous games or what happened in those previous games affect you. And that's very hard. So we're going to see if TB is able to overcome that.
And Tiger already developed a good board here, and that howitzer can be very scary combined with the Greyhound there for TB. Unfortunately, all of his options so far could only deal 2 damage, like 35T or Patrol, so no really option to kill that howitzer. But that is a very decent PRR in the front line there, 8-5. Also prevents the Greyhound from going to the front line. So I might just see a Bloody Sickle here on that one, see what Tiger can find. Also bringing the 456 up to 3 attack. Just another guard, so you might just sacrifice.
Yeah, I think you have to trade off this turn because of the risk of half track. And I think if you're TB, you're fine seeing that 456 to go in this situation. You're losing the front line for a turn. He's likely going to just play 35T to take it back. But I mean, yeah, maybe he should have 35T'd on turn 2 to get some damage in on the artillery, because this artillery's just been dealing a small amount of damage every turn. And a small amount of damage every turn is sometimes enough.
Yeah, and not really any good options still for TB. I mean, double 35T could potentially reach it, but there's the Greyhound on the front line that needs to be taken care of first. And we might see the double 35T into the Greyhound, both pushing up to the front.
Yeah, it looks like
And
he's
now
setting up
we-
for a Sherman next turn is probably his idea here. Maybe if we can do it. The one counter offensive from Tiger is drawn, and there is 2 damaged units on the board. It cannot target an artillery though. Which means Tiger's kind of in an awkward position. If you're Tiger here, what do you play? Because you're going to be killing one of these 35Ts with the
Yeah,
howitzer,
unfortunately,
but-
had nothing to give this 456 guards. There's nothing in his hand where he can just self-damage him. So I think he's just going for the Skytrain a little bit. Oh, that's the Red Devils.
And oh, TB's got to be hurting now. You see your opponent get arguably the best outcome off of Skytrain on his first try, and then you draw your third 32nd, which is probably about a 1 in 15 right now, to essentially just lose a draw. That's just gotta hurt.
Not TB's match so far here. I mean, it started good, but then that game 3 might still be in his bones there. And
I mean, I think he's just got to remove the Skytrain this turn. I don't think you can afford to Sherman yet. He's going for it. Maybe he's just thinking, well, if I find a Star, if I find a
Strat bombing.
strategic bombing. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe I can come back, but the Winter Warfare draw now. Tiger's hand is pretty quickly filling up with this engineer battalion coming down is going to let him clear the front line, and it's going to heal the Skytrain back to full health. He's not going to get another unit off the Skytrain. TB can kill the engineers if he wants. He can kill the Skytrain if he wants. Neither of those two plays he can do particularly easily.
Yeah, what are you going to kill here? What is the biggest threat? Is it the Skytrain or the Howitzer or the medical battalion?
I mean, I think it's got to be the medical battalion, but it takes your entire turn to kill it, which feels very bad.
Yeah, but what options do you have? I mean, could you go white here and then just set up for we can do it later on?
Yeah, I think really killing the engineer battalion, this is probably your last chance to be able to kill it. So I think you just have to take it. This card is just so powerful at removing everything. I don't think you can kill the Skytrain. On its own, it's not too much of a threat. I mean, we saw last game, it always has the possibility of just spotting infinite Jaskos. And we might see Winter Warfare counteroffensive this turn. Because it will let Tiger take off this Sherman with the damage from the Winter Warfare, buff up this Red Devils to an insane health, and then all of his units will then be healed by the Engineer Battalion at the end, so he's not even actually damaging his own party. And he could even actually buff the Engineer Battalion and take the front line with the Red Devils. That does leave you much more vulnerable to half-track, but... chooses to play the 456th first. Maybe he's not even going to be playing counteroffensive at all, although I feel like this is... Okay. This does leave your Engineer Battalion open to a Hellcat, and I'm going to double-check the deck list right now, because I believe TB runs Stars and Stripes. He does not, actually. TB is not running Stars and Stripes, which means Tiger is comfortable doing this play, moves the Engineer Battalion up, which it dies to 5th Rangers, it dies to Hellcat, it dies to the Whirlwind and another Blitz tank, but none of these are in TB's hand. Tiger taking a huge risk, and it's paying off. I mean, TB just with all 3 remaining Shermans in hand, but without control of the front line. I mean, maybe he needed to kill the Engineer Battalion that turn. Maybe it goes back to needing to play 35T on turn 2. But whatever it is, TB is just falling further and further behind in this game. And I mean,
this medical battalion is doing so much work. Even after all these Winter Warfares, it's just healing your own units back up. And that Howitzer is just, it was deployed on turn 2 and just sticking there for that long. And TB not really having any good options to get rid of it.
Yeah, and I mean, 5th Rangers draw is excellent. It's going to let him kill the Engineer Battalion, and he can actually also take out this 456th with the Greyhound afterwards. A little bit of an order mistake there, because the Engineer Battalion is actually buffing the attack of the 456th, and Patrol removed Guard, so he didn't have to kill it first. And I think maybe just how terribly the last game went. I mean, even game 2 went pretty poorly for TB. And I mean, RNG has also not been on his side in this game either. And I think that's getting to TB, making these small little mistakes here, and those will add up over time.
So, and all that Tiger needs right now is that Winter Warfare or anything that can deal damage to his units, and then it can make an unkillable tank or infantry unit in the front line. And there just comes the double Sherman again, just to have bodies on board, because the rest of TB's hand is really not providing
And
any value in that situation.
there's a possibility here. Tiger can do a +6/+3 counteroffensive here if he wants. He can even do a +8/+4. There's a possibility TB can come back in this though, just because Tiger doesn't have a way of buffing these 456. This 1-3 artillery is not dealing a lot without the Engineer Battalion, without the Greyhounds. And yeah, TB can just take favorable trades. I mean, if he can get the front line, he can Sherman. Yeah, if he draws another 5th Rangers, maybe a second we can do it. And suddenly this game could be looking in his favor. The counteroffensive is going to be coming out on the Red Devils, which is going to be quite annoying. And it looks like Tiger is just going to try to pressure to close out this game.
Pushing more units into the front line. That's 7-6, being double guarded. Whew. Tough task here for TB to get rid of that.
And
He can actually. Finding the 101st Airborne, there is... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he could if he chooses to.
no, because of the... it will
Of
cost
the
2
+1,
extra.
yeah, just because of the +1 on the Red Devils, he can't.
Yeah, and
He's
that's
one
why
credit
that's
short.
such the brutal option for Tiger to play that on the Red Devils is... Yeah, yes, it can be half-tracked back to the support line, but man, is it going to be tough to deal with, especially when guarded like this. And the TB can just trade out the units. He's only going to lose one of his own units, so he's probably going to want to lose the 4-3 Sherman. Just because it has a lower operation cost. Maybe he's valuing the Sherman over the infantry because of the fact that it's a tank.
The front line, yeah.
But choosing to trade the 4-4, and this is, again, an example of TB just making a small mistake, and now Tiger has a couple draws for lethal. A Sherman draw is going to give him 2 more draws for lethal.
And there's the Hellcat.
Yeah, and Hellcat's just going to be game. Tiger takes it 3-1, loses the first game, with TB dominating the first game, but just after that, Tiger, just everything went in his favor. He played well, and wow.
That was one of those series that just felt bad. Even the first matchup that TB did win, Tiger just couldn't get a good draw going either. Couldn't get a critical mass of bombers on the board. But I think the score doesn't necessarily represent how that actual series was played.
Yeah, I mean that's just the reality of playing a card game is that you draw cards, and sometimes you're going to draw them in orders that work really well for you. Sometimes you're not going to.
And sometimes the Skytrain's just gonna ruin your day. Props on getting that math going real quick, because that is an absolutely wacky thing that I don't know that we will ever see again. Wild stuff. But we do have Tiger going through. TB will have a chance to redeem himself in the 3rd place match with a couple bucks on the line. So haven't seen the last of TB either, but overall, stellar matchup here. We have got another semifinal for you. Vinny versus Head coming up in just a moment. We're going to head to a quick break. Everybody can get caffeinated, get yourself a little snack, and come back for the 2nd semifinal here at KARDS Open 15. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the second semifinals of KARDS Open 15. Jking has changed form. We have Elin joining us here. Jking will be back for the third place and the finals. Elin, I know we have our little production chat in the background, and you're wondering what's the math on the Vasca thing. Jaking's like, no big deal. Here it is, right up there.
It was
for you.
so quick to throw it out there. I was really impressed. And like Spooz said, I thought it would be less likely than that, but still, just total madness. The RNG was really not in TB's favor on that one. But I'm looking forward to seeing his decks again performing in the bronze match.
Absolutely. So we will see TB again. We give Tiger a shout out for moving through. And let's actually bring up the bracket real quick here. Take a little overview of what we got going on. In this second semifinal as well, you're going to see Vinny take on head. The winner will go up against Tiger, who defeated TB 3-1. TB dropping to the bronze match, but $250 still on the line in that third place match. $600 for our grand prize winner. So lots of cards still to come as we get ready for this Vinny and head matchup. We've already talked about their decks pretty well in depth in the pregame show, but why don't we have Spooz just run us quickly through both lineups so we can get some insight into what we expect to see here in the second semifinal?
Absolutely love to.
Wonderful. Here we've got Vinny going 5-1 in the Swiss before making it here to the top 4.
So the first deck, starting with maybe the weirdest deck in Vinny's lineup here, it is Soviet Britain Air. We just saw Brit Japan Air today and also Japan Brit Air today. This time we might see Soviet Britain Air. Really interesting deck to see in action, hopefully. A lot of 1-drops there, 4 Polycarpovs, the Swordfish, and then, nice little twist, only 1 Convoy, but 2 5-year plans. Combined with the Honeys, can just equalize the damage you get from the 5-year plan. Even if you have 2 Honeys, you also just gain health from playing 1 5-year plan. But yeah, it's just it's not too hardly to get set up, but yeah, it's not too easy to pull off. Just play a Convoy, you just need 1 card. With Honey, the 5-year plan, you need at least 2. A deck we did not see too many times so far in competitive play, and I'm excited to see that one in action. Then a deck we just saw today in a variant like that. It is just German Italy Control, and the third deck is just the well-known Brit Air deck with Japan Ally, IG in it, Sonya, Air Superiority. Very standard list, nothing outstanding. And then we have US-German Frontline, 1 Blitzkrieg, 1 BF-109E drop in it. Very interesting tech choice, and I'm excited to see if this drop is having any impact in any of the matches.
If you're looking at this lineup for Vinny, are you thinking, I don't want to deal with this weird Soviet Air thing, or do you just say, yeah, Brit Air is the strong one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and maybe ban that one?
Honestly, I think Soviet Brit Air was in the past, and I think still to this day, one of the weaker air lists, because first of all these Polycarpovs only have 2 health. You need a lot of setup to just, like for example, the Red Blood Sky is only buffing Soviet units, and it does not feel that well-rounded like the other air decks. But yeah, maybe I'm being proven wrong today, but I think you don't never ban that Soviet list there, to be honest.
Well, we'll find out shortly. But yeah, next up we got Head also going 5-1 in the Swiss, bringing a little bit more standard list to start off.
Yeah, there's only 1 outstanding list, the deck number 3. But let's start with Brit Air first. The first deck, also nothing outstanding in that Brit Japan Air list. Very similar to Vinny's approach there of bringing the deck. Then we also have US German Frontline. Head playing without Rally and without the drop. More standard variant, triple half track in Head's list here. And then there's the deck we mentioned in the pre-show also, and which is very interesting. Was very popular in the early days of cards, then somehow disappeared. Came back in a few tournaments last year, and now we have it in Head's lineup here, the Soviet German control discard deck. A lot of guards, a lot of control tools. The new card Case Yellow and Wolfpack in it. So typical players just replaced Wolfpack, or some players replaced Wolfpack with Case Yellow. Head is just going all in on the discard here, just playing 5 of those 5k discard cards, plus 2 Annihilations for 7 credits. And this is a deck to better ban and to not face against that, because it can be very annoying. It's very good against aggressive decks with all these guards. Winter Warfare, it's good against Shagro, you can remove. And also good against Frontline with all their 1 HP units that they want to establish early on. And then additionally to that, the discard package is not fun to play against. And then the final deck from Head is just the Japan Brit Air deck that we just saw from Tiger, but I think it's a very similar approach, and we've just been seeing it being successful today, and I think this is way better than that Soviet Brit Air from Vinny there.
So I wonder what Vinny's thought process was behind packing, hey, I need to bring another air deck. Everybody's going to expect to flip the Brit Japan list. Let me go with Soviets. Why not? Why not? I wonder how that's going to play out for him as we get into it, because I think, as you mentioned, Spooz, probably not the list that's getting banned. Probably looking at banning Brit Air. If you're on Head's side, or sorry, if you're on Vinny's side, are you just looking at, again, banning Brit Air, or that discard list is such a pain that you just don't want to go up against it?
Yeah, I mean, since Vinny is bringing kind of some aggressive list there, okay, it's having the German Italy control, but his other lists are kind of aggressive. I think you really want to get rid of that Soviet German discard list and just better deal with Brit Air than with this garbage there.
Actually referring to it as legitimate garbage. Elin, any thoughts you want to add there? You feeling the double Brit Air ban that we've seen so many times, or do you also think, hey, I see discard, I ban discard?
That would definitely be my decision, I think, because as we talked about earlier, like it's a real mental strain as well to face the discard. But I think it's very interesting that both of these players are bringing 2 air decks, 2 of them being very similar, and then one quite different from one another. So no matter what happens here, we're going to be seeing some air. I'm very excited to see the outcome.
I think to Spooz your point previously as well, saying, if I have to beat one air deck, I can probably beat both of them. So let's get rid of this discard list. But you know what? I think the bans are in. So why don't we take a look and see exactly what we've got here? And that's interesting. So we have Vinny's Brit Air list banned as we predicted, but Head is losing the frontline list.
That's really interesting. So yeah, I mean, the frontline list is not too... So Vinny really wants to avoid this frontline list with his control, with his German Italy control deck. He wants to dodge the mirror, I guess. And kind of expecting that Soviet Britain Air is also not too good against it. I'm surprised to see that one, honestly, but I'm pretty sure Vinny has an idea behind it. He probably knows how to approach that Soviet control deck there. So yeah, going to see if it works out for him.
I mean, you say or probably feels like he's okay with dealing with it, but as we discussed in the war room a bit, it's sort of been one of these lists that we haven't seen very much of. So is that something that Vinny came through thinking, hey, we haven't seen much of it, but maybe it's not a strong meta list, I'm not worried about it?
Yeah, honestly, he even left Brit Air open, so this ban makes absolutely no sense for me, but I'm also not in the top 4 cards open, so I'm giving Vinny the props here for just having an idea with picking that US deck there as a ban.
You know, Vinny is somebody who I think sometimes you look at the decks he builds and you kind of scratch your head as well, and then he proves you wrong by putting something together that's maybe a little bit outside the box but works. You know, we've seen him in World Championships. We've seen him do very well. So yeah, I don't want to second guess him, but maybe that was also how he built his lineup. He decided, hey, I'm gonna go up against Frontline, or I know I want to ban Frontline coming into the event, and this discard is some weird thing that I wasn't expecting, but I'm going to ignore it.
Yeah, probably. I don't see the big picture behind it, but might be. Yeah, we might have an idea what was the plan from Vinny there after we just saw how the matches played out.
Exactly. So we're getting the players queued up and ready to go here now that we know the bans. You think it's the same principle as the first series here? We'll start with you, Elin. You just show up with like, hey, I'm gonna bring my best deck. I'm just gonna go with, you know, if I'm head, I've got access to my Brit Air. Maybe I just go in there knowing that, hey, it can handle what comes at me. So I'll take that. I'll get that win. I'll get that momentum and keep rolling.
That seems like a strong way to approach it. Of course, you know, like you say, from Vinny's perspective, with kind of his chosen band pick, it always that kind of makes me second guess. Like, you know, it's really difficult to get into these players' heads, no pun intended, and kind of get exactly where they're at. I think the chances are we're going to be seeing some air matchups, kind of some mirror matchups here to start. But who knows? I mean, as soon as you pick one, you're thinking, what's the other guy? But maybe you know, it always goes back and forth. And how far do you get into trying to counter your opponent?
So Spooz, you know, Vinny coming in, picking his ban, and it being a little bit strange, but the ban, his list that was banned was Brit Air, which probably could have guessed that one. So do you think Vinny has that game plan in mind where he said, hey, I'm going to bring this Brit Air list. I know it's probably going to get banned. That's fine, because I know exactly what my game plan is. So I'm coming in knowing that, hey, I'm going to have to beat probably 2 air decks. But I have a list and a game plan and a strategy in my head that is going to be successful in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I also expect Vinny to go with the German-Italy control first, because this is really good against Brit Air and also the Japan-Britain Air list. It has a lot of tools to deal with the early aggression, and yeah, maybe that was also the reason why he banned that frontline deck, because German-Italy control is not that great against this, because it has the Shermans in it. It can just easily reload your cards that you just discarded. And yeah, the other decks are kind of more vulnerable to the German-Italy deck, and I expect Vinny to bring that one first. And yeah, if had kind of expected this, he might bring just Soviet Germany control, and then we just have control versus control, and who knows how this goes. I mean, I think Vinny has a good shot to go with the German-Italy first, and then yeah, head just has to decide and probably just expect to lose the first match there.
So Vinny's also bringing, right, that Soviet Brit Air list that you said was probably not quite as good as the other options he has, and he's gonna have to, he will end up in a scenario where he's playing that against another air deck, right, with head having 2 of them. How does that match up in an air versus air kind of, I don't want to call it a mirror matchup because it's not, but the same archetype going up against each other, knowing that Vinny's list is maybe suboptimal versus the other 2?
I mean, he also has good tech cards against the standard Brit Air. I think he's playing his Soviet Air with Chaika. If he can establish an early board there and just play his buffing orders like the Red Blood Sky and just build a big board and can deal with the constant threats from Brit Air, he has a chance to win for sure. But it needs a lot of setup, and it just starts with that the Brit bombers have 3 health and the Soviet bombers have 2 health, so it's easier for your opponent to get rid of them. So you kind of need more specific setups. You need to get more value out of your units just to do the same as Brit Air is doing by default. And that's why I think it's a little bit worse than the other list, but definitely a chance to win there. If he finds the right cards, the Chaika can make a big difference in the matchup, and then he can win from there on. Sure, everything is possible.
And isn't that kind of the beauty of Brit Air, as well as that Japan Brit Air list, as well as just that ability to disrupt your opponent. I drop a early bomber on the board. It's pretty sticky. I can ping away at your units. I can clear your early board state and just really disrupt what's going on. Something that the Soviet list doesn't necessarily do as well.
I mean, with the Soviet list, he has access to other stuff. Like he has, as Jking already mentioned, the veteran pilots that can make a fighter immune or just give it +1/+2. He also has access to what did I see just recently? The KV1 that can make a big difference. It has heavy armor 1, and he also plays the Parisy in his list, which also can be a very strong threat for your opponent, especially when you combine it with a bomber. So yeah, this list has some strong combinations. You just have to find them, and then you can also win with it. But will Vinny be able to do this? I guess we will see.
We will find out. Since what do we? I'm trying to. No, the tea is still steaming, so we have not frozen here. But we don't have a lot going on.
It looks though like we're looking at both Brit air decks coming out on the front here.
Yeah, it looks like Vinny just picked the wrong deck because usually his Brit
Yes.
list should be banned.
That
So
was-
not a good start into a match, honestly. It's just the first decision you have to make, and it's already a wrong one. Not really what you want to start into a match with.
Doesn't quite get you in the right headspace to kick that game off, because that was a bit of my confusion. We were a little bit stuck, and it looks like Vinny has the wrong deck, because that would have been a Brit Air mirror matchup that is a no-no, since that Brit Air deck is in fact banned. Meanwhile, Head's U.S. Germany frontline deck is banned there. So we'll assume it was an honest mistake, as the game didn't seem to go any further. So we'll get them reloaded in, get them shaken up. But it does seem like Head. See, now that's interesting as well, because that gives Vinny some knowledge that Head wanted to start with his Brit Air list. So I wonder how we tackle that coming back around.
This is an interesting one, and I believe that Vinny just got a little bit confused here because the new UI now arranges your decks a little bit differently. So it arranges it based on your usage, what you last played, what you last created, Of course, you can favorite your decks, but I believe it's for someone who's very used to having these persistent decks on each page and knowing exactly where to go there, and then having the decks get rearranged. It's always going to take a little bit of getting used to where your decks are now located. So,
but now it looks like it's on purpose. Second time picking Brit as the HQ. I mean,
yeah, I'm like sitting here wondering if I'm missing something, but I don't think I am.
Is Vinny playing with us here?
Mind game.
Playing with our mans. He wants to get into our head, looks like. Not into head.
Doing a good job, because I'm confused.
There's some weird stuff going on here.
I mean, it could still be that it's a bug in the UI. Maybe he's picking the wrong deck, but in the background it's just choosing the wrong. I mean, this could be one explanation for that. But
there is a chance. We're going to get Vinny to restart his client and see if that could resolve, if there are any kind of quirks going on in the background there. Of course, we launched the new UI last Friday. We did have a couple of weeks of a testing period where we ironed out so many bugs and issues, and we are incredibly grateful for all the feedback that we've gotten and continue to get, both on the bug front and otherwise incredibly valuable. But of course, there could still be some little things here and there that have somehow slipped through the cracks that still need to be caught. So let's hope that a client restart will resolve this issue for Vinny and allow him to come in with a deck that he is trying, which is his purpose, his desire.
The one that he's legally allowed to play in this format.
That's exactly.
When it does come to the new UI, we did, Elin and I did record the most recent episode of the Frontline podcast just yesterday with a couple of the UI designers. So if you want more details as to how this came to be, check it out. It should be out within the next week, I do believe. And Elin, there's also a spot in the KARDS Discord to drop any of your feedback or bugs for that matter, if you do find yourself queuing in your wrong deck.
Definitely, yeah. Check out the official KARDS Discord. Has a new user interface facility where we've got a forum channel for all your feedback and a regular chat channel for all the bug reports. Our devs go through this regularly. We have some QA going through this regularly as well to make sure that we're catching all the issues and resolving them as quickly as possible. So yeah, keep that feedback coming. We're doing our best here, of course. There can always be some extra kinks and some things that you don't foresee. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think that there have been many successes of the new UI so far, and it's the first time we're doing this in a tournament setting. So there may always be some slight kinks here and there that need to be worked out.
So as we get Vinny, reloaded into the client, into the matchup, getting his decks all sorted. Spooz, you've been playing KARDS since the beginning of time. What are your thoughts on the new UI? Anything specific you're liking, or anything you'd like to see changed?
I mean, I did not see it live so far because, yeah, as you already mentioned, the pre-show, I've been on vacation and a little bit
It just
busy,
came out.
a little bit too busy before. But what I saw so far and what I like the most is the new deck builder. They can just rearrange decks and just have differently arranged in your screen. I think that's the biggest improvement so far. And I also like the general look. It looks just like it's ready for mobile already. Like people are used to it with a modern UI and highlighted buttons. Sometimes even with the skirmish, I think the first skirmish, I was looking 5 minutes for where do I enter the skirmish because I could not see the button. It was just in the white in the upper left corner with a very, very bright background, and you could not even see it. So that's just a big improvement to finding things easier. And I also like the big banner in the middle where you can just, like for the Cards Open, for example, you can just have an in-game announcement, but people could just click on it, the browser's opening, and I think we were doing good steps in just improving the user experience just in general, and it's a really good improvement.
Yeah, I think to your point, it definitely makes it feel like it's ready for mobile. That you can just kind of grab what you got, put it up there. It's very similar in a lot of ways to other clients where you get the announcements in game. You don't have to go searching for them. And I totally agree that the deck builder is a nice plus, because having to sort through pages of cards is a lot less fun than being able to scroll up and down, get access to everything you need. You got all the filters right there. And here we are. Vinny looks like he's got the right deck going, and Head is able to bring Brit Air with just all the convoys, all of the convoys.
And he wants none of them because he's going second, already having a card advantage. You want to have airplanes in your hand to just deploy them early on, and looks like that was exactly what he found there: a Swordfish and a Gladiator. And I think we're going to see Head deploying one of those, but Vinny also with a very good start here, finding 132nd and the Red Devils, combined with a 35T potentially on turn 2. So it might be a better idea for Head to just deploy the Gladiator here, maybe, because this is dealing damage back to the 35T, other than the Swordfish. So we'll see if Head is just trying to avoid getting free traded here from the 35T, or if he's going with the Gladiator.
Yeah, both these players finding kind of what they would want in their opening hand, and Head going in a different direction here.
Yeah, he's choosing the completely different line with going with Type 94 to get a surprise attack. And now in a situation where he has to challenge a 35T in the front line. So we see double Gladiator here, and Vinny needs to decide what to do next.
Is there a consideration there to say, you know what, I'm going to play this a little bit slowly. I'm going to drop the Gladiators now, because essentially the Panzer's taken 1 damage. there's no real threat to it. The gladiators can clean up really nicely here, stick on board, and now I get my swordfish out. So I'm a little bit more established than I would have been if I had kind of done that the other way around.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think I would have liked to see Gladiator on turn 1 instead of the Type 94, because the Type 94 just died, and the Gladiator would have sticked on board as a 1/1. I'm not sure what the idea behind that was from Head there. Sure, he has a surprise attack in hand now. Can be very valuable later on, but for now it's not doing a lot. And later in the game, you can keep it as a surprise, because now Vinny knows that you have the surprise attack. If you keep the Type 94, if you hold it back, you can just, for 2 credits, play the Type 94 and the surprise attack and make it a real surprise, because, yeah, now it's no longer. But that's also very hard to contest frontline here for Vinny. 3 airplanes already on board. One of them is a bomber, and Head starting to occupy the front line here, because that is what Vinny's deck wants to do. It wants to be in the front line. It wants to have value out of their Shermans, and to get that, you need a unit, a US unit in the front line. And that is the biggest task here for Head, to prevent Vinny from going there.
And now if you're Head, you're in a bit of a sticky situation, because the RAF can come down but can't prevent him from... Actually, no, the RAF can come down, push something back, but doesn't... Not even. There's not a whole lot that Head can do here other than prepare for the upcoming push that Vinny's going to make.
I mean, you could play a Monty, but it feels kind of a waste, because he's only pinning 2 units, none of them really being a threat, and is not getting the draw out of the Monty. So yeah, I think at some point you just have to accept that your opponent is probably going to the front line, maybe getting value out of the Sherman. But Head's hand was just so awkward, and he needs to find the Empire Strikes, for example, because this would be really, really good with 2 swordfish already on board. He just needs 1 more bomber, and he can just basically kill every unit from Vinny. So I think it was the right decision to just accept that Vinny goes to the front line there, gets the double draw out of the Sherman. But now Head has way more stuff to just play with and has way more options. Let's see for what option he decides to go there. He has a very strong combo on hand. He has shelling and the surprise attack. So for 6 credits, you can deploy yourself a 3/4 artillery and potentially kill that unit that you pin. Or you can just leave it pinned and pin another unit. And there's the Empire Strikes. That is really, really good. Unfortunately, not able to play it now. But as long as these bombers stick on the board there, it could be a huge play later on. So Red Devil's really kicking in here with the +1 cost of attack into them. Head not able to get rid of them in the front line.
And Head's not in too much of a rush to Empire Strikes or anything like that necessarily, not under a ton of pressure. Even if the Sherman moves up, probably look at removing one of the bombers to make the Empire Strikes a little bit worse. So can take a little bit more time here. Doesn't have to necessarily rush to remove everything.
So Head decides to protect his bombers here with the Monty, but bad news for him. Vinny just top decked the Hellcat. Kills one of the bombers. Could have also done the same with the Whirlwind, but on the 1/2 bomber. So whatever happened there, top deck, there would have only been 1 bomber left for Head. Unfortunately, for Vinny, he has an albacore. He can pin the PIR, bring in the Empire Strikes, and leave Vinny with an empty board.
Something you do see in Vinny's hand that we did not see in the previous series is the Stars and Stripes, which, when well played, can be a good game changer when you're up against something like Brit Air just kind of clearing the support line.
Yeah, it's a pretty good tech card against Brit Air. It prevents Brit Air from going too wide and just building a too big board. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Head really needs to make space in the support line, even protecting his 2 1/2 bombers there from the Stars and Stripes by pushing 1 up into the front line. But that just opens up other options for Vinny now. Yeah, it's a good back and forth here so far. Head a little bit on the back foot now.
And
Yep.
that Warble win is something you absolutely want in the front line as well when you're playing against Brit Air. So being able to establish that with the 5th Ranger in the support line feels pretty good if you're on Vinny's side of things.
Yeah, I think I expect to see whether a Saxton here or just a double surprise attack on that Whirlwind, deploying the IG maybe. There are a lot of, or several options here for head. Could just deploy Saxton, play the surprise attack on the Whirlwind. Decides to go for deadline, also not too bad. Pinning that 5th Ranger there. Oh, not really the top deck Vinny was looking for. Also missing a tank here to get the maximum value out of the BF. But 2 5th Rangers on board.
Yeah, looking pretty strong here. And Head getting another swordfish there on the top deck. I really love his alternate art there. Always nice to see that come out.
Yeah, the alternate art on Mare Nostrum earlier confused me. I was thinking, what is that card? When you don't see them or when you don't own them and barely see them on ladder, sometimes it's hard to identify them.
Yeah.
But that swordfish really being an obvious alternate art here. Rough lightning there for the bounce. And Head just continues to develop its board. And also not too vulnerable to the stars and stripes now. 2 of the units have 4 health. If that IG dies, it just spawns an even bigger bomber. But we might see it right now, where the IG died. Strat bombing coming in. Making Head losing a credit slot additionally.
That's tough. And now he's got the verbal win up there in the front line, Vinny, making it again a bit tough for Head to continue deploying.
Luckily, there's the Saxton that can just easily get rid of it. And yeah, that Saxton is really an annoying thing for Vinny to deal with. 3 attack and nothing to blitz anything into the front line, only a Sherman and the VF. I expect the Kitty Hawk to go face. No, it's not. Start chipping away on the 5th Rangers just in case the Saxton dies. And Head with sitting on double land lease here. So even if Vinny can deal with this stuff. Oh, there's the tank that Vinny needed. And now Head is facing a 6/6 fighter there. Definitely expecting the land lease here.
And that's the lend lease also becomes more challenging with Vinny being able to disrupt Head's credits, right? Taking those credit slots away when you want to play a 7 credit draw card can become a little bit more challenging, especially without drawing too many fighters or bombers or low cost ones out of that. It's actually a mess of a hand right now.
You want to have that early in the game when you have 1 or 2 airplanes on the board, followed up by 2, 3 close air supports is really what you want. But in this situation where your opponent is having a 6/6 on board, I mean, it can still be good. If 2 of those are surviving together with the HMS, it can be a pretty good turn 11 here for Head. But Stars and Stripes coming down. Vinny's setting up lethal for next turn.
That is rough.
I think
does Head have any way to come back from this?
I mean, shelling, but just as Christo mentioned, without the strat bombing, Head would be at 12 credits. So land lease into shelling would prevent lethal here. But since Head is only at 11 now, this is not an out any longer. So I don't see a way with this hand to kill the BF. Like the HMS is only spawning 2 1/3 bombers. So he has a chance or a way to kill the Hellcat.
How many close air supports does it take?
I mean, he goes into the tropical with it, I guess. And leaves the Hellcat on the board, because this is technically not lethal.
Yeah.
But that leaves the activated Sherman.
So Vinny only needs 135T out of the Sherman to win here, or a Greyhound. That's also good enough. Ooh, nice.
Wow.
Well executed from Vinny there. He faced an
Absolutely.
early armada of one-drop airplanes from head, but dealt really well with it. Stars and Stripes, kind of the MVP together with the strat bombing there, and yeah, giving Vinny the 1-0 lead.
Great back and forth in that matchup, though. As you were mentioning, Spooz, right? Vinny was able to kind of counteract some of those bombers. Head was able to continue to establish a board. So it was a well-fought match, but you have to, again, going back to that weird ban that Vinny made, you have to assume that he was ready to deal with Brit Air and a lot of air decks. So started with the frontline list that he didn't want the mirror of, went through, and now Vinny has to decide, do I come back with my control list, or do I try and play this weird Soviet Brit Air thing that I've put together?
We're going to see. I already expected to see the German-Italy list in the first match, but definitely expected in the second one, because yeah, I'm not sure how comfortable Vinny is with that Soviet Brit Air list. Maybe he's saying, yeah, I have to win with it at some point, so why not give it a shot now? Because now he's having the momentum. He won the first match. The opponent may be a little bit less confident, so just abuse it and bring that list. But on the other hand, yeah, just keep that momentum going with bringing your probably strongest deck in the lineup. Can also be a good idea.
Jking said it earlier in the show as well, where you're gonna have to win with it, but why not just win with everything else first and then deal with it later? And there you see it. That German Italy control comes out, probably something's a bit more confident with, and Head coming back with Brit Air a second time to try and move it through.
Yeah, I expected Head to just bring Brit Air again, because you can't do much wrong with it. And yeah, there's argument to just bring your strongest decks first, because then I mean, it's easier to just, if you lose, let's say 2 matches with your weakest deck and then win the third one, you always have in your mind, if I lose the next match, I'm out.
Yes.
But you don't have that one if you win the first one and know, oh, I have 3 chances to win with this deck. Even if it's my worst deck, I have 3 chances. There must be a point at this, or there must be a chance to win with this at some point. So yeah, I think that was exactly Winnie's thought process, and that's why he brought the German Italy control deck here. And I think he's in a good spot, but I mean, Brit Air can win any day, any matchup. So let's see. Also had with a very strong opening with the IG and Swordfish and close air support. That's exactly what you want to have.
I was going to say, this feels a whole lot better for Head than the previous matchup did in the opening, where you actually have those support cards that are able to boost your bombers, as opposed to, hey, I have a handful of bombers, but they're 1-3s. They're not necessarily as strong.
Yeah, exactly. And also, completely forgot what I wanted to say, but yeah, Head really comfortable having all the answers here that he really needs. And when he just needs more time to, oh yeah, that's, for example, a good way to establish a board, and maybe being followed up by a more Nostrum later on that one. Because Head is not having any good options to deal with this JU currently. Oh, is he just going to deploy the Spitfire? It's always so annoying to deploy units into JU, because oh, my opponent might just steal it, and then I have to face a Spitfire later on.
Yep. And you're going to deal with a Spitfire that's always going to be +2/+2, because that is, I'm always going to have an air unit. So you're going to get a big boy on the board, but when that gets taken out, it goes the other way around as well.
But yeah, Winnie with all the options here, he has Lion 4-Day to get rid of it. Unfortunately, 1 credit short of playing Annihilation, but Annihilation can also be just crucial later on, even or especially if it hits the land lease.
Yes. And like you said, there's something in the code that absolutely makes you feel like that will be the case.
So I think Head has to play land lease here to not risk to fall too far behind against this card. Deciding to go for shelling instead and getting rid of the JU. Also a good way to keep your opponents away from killing your bombers.
And that also, again, taking away a credit slot will get you one turn further away from Annihilation, which means you get an extra second to try and use your land lease.
Look at this discard potential in Vinny's hand. 2 case yellow, double Annihilation. Oh my god.
And Head doesn't have a big hand either, so if he is not using land lease now, it's a very distinct possibility it gets discarded.
Yeah, so now he definitely has to go, and only 3 cards remaining. If he played 1 or 2 more, there's just too high of a chance to discard your land lease, and then you basically lose the match. So this definitely was the latest spot to play it. Excited to see if it's still going to work out. Double Empire Strikes here, not providing that much value that we just see earlier today, because yeah, just Winnie's not playing a lot of units. And there comes the first case yellow.
I mean, again, I think that just makes so much sense, right? With Vinny not feeling too much pressure, can take the time, drop a case yellow, see what happens, gets you some more card draw, trying to get yourself further ahead here, because that's Vinny's game plan, right? It's find your answers to keep kind of Head's Brit Airlist at bay.
Yeah, and Vinny with double Mar Nostrum in hand, he has all the time in the world. Even if Head is dealing some early damage here, brings him down to 10, there's always the potential to heal yourself back up and then just keep that discard snowball rolling. Vinny decides to bounce the IG. We all just expect that lightning, maybe to get hit by Annihilation, I would expect. It's now there. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's again Vinny in a spot where he's just not in a rush, so can take the entire term, Annihilation, takes out an Empire Strikes. It probably won't see as much value as we think it will in this matchup, since Vinny's not planning on flooding the board anytime soon.
So I would love to see the Wellington here from Head, because when it's on the board, it will just maintain its original cost, which is 7, so it cannot be hit by Annihilation. And Skybarons was already played, so it should be kind of hard to Winnie to deal with this. Still decides to hold it back.
At a certain point as well, I would have to imagine Head has to take that initiative to start to put pressure on Vinny. If he just sits back, Vinny's list is built to go long. Like you mentioned, the Mare Nostrums to heal back up. Like Head does need to find an opportunity to put some pressure on here.
Yeah, and even the damage, he's only dealt 3 damage so far. That is not really enough, even or especially when Brit Air just lost a lot of burst potential that just can come out from Finest Hour Spitfire. Spitfire's already gone for Head. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he had to take the chance there, and it was 3 free damage there and forces maybe another removal out of your opponent's hand. So I did not really see why he held it back there. But now there's the damage rolling in that Head really needs. He needs to have pressure on Winnie, and Winnie not really able to find any good unit here where he can play a Mare Nostrum on. Maybe he's still holding it back, waiting for the bigger boys. Maybe a Panther G, which is non-targetable for orders. That's a really good target.
Convoy probably very appreciated from Head.
Yeah, Head really good in finding this drawing cards in this matchup. Like found land lease, all the convoys. That really helps to resist against discard for sure. And also not too little value in hand here. He still has the Wellington HMS and 2 close air support. So there is a lot of potential damage outburst for Head.
Absolutely.
And not any bomber, any fighter on Vinny's end to prevent it.
But it is interesting in this matchup. I mean, Brit Air is often something that does take a little bit of time to build up on the damage, and so facing off against this control deck, that timing really feels like it needs to be crucial for him to have the time to build up and not let it go so late that Vinny has completely the upper hand. But there we go. Close air support. We've got some strong units on board there, and a huge chunk of damage coming out of Vinny's HQ there, down to just 5 HP.
And not really any good options here. I mean, you can find the Schwalbe out of the Africa core. That would be the nuts here. Oh, that was a... Oh no, he's still thinking. That means there's no Schwalbe. What did he find instead? He found the Yak Bomber, another fighter at least. So that stops the Wellington from going face. But not the 2 bombers. And if the Wellington, that's just... That's just lethal.
Yep. A couple of sacrifices there from the Swordfish, and the Wellington takes it home. And that's 1-1 Vinny versus Head.
Wow, that was kind of unexpected, but also Vinny a little bit unfortunate with finding the answers. No sudden strike was found. Not really any. I think he was a little bit too passive at some point with the Mar Nostrum. He had 2 in hand. Maybe he should have played one of them on one of the units that he had on board. So yeah, Head equaling the score. We have a 1-1 now, and I expect Vinny to just stay with German Italy. And Head, yeah, what is Head doing? Probably bringing Soviet Germany, maybe? Because this Japan Brit Air is kind of aggressive, but not that aggressive as a Brit Air list. And there we go. We go with the control mirror here. Oh my god.
You called it.
Discard versus discard.
All right, so this might be a minute. What are both players looking for here, Spooz? If they're getting into it, they know they're facing another, control list. Are they? I mean, Head having no problem just starting to drop units on the board. Both players aren't.
Yeah, but the problem with what Head is having here, he's giving Vinny targets for the sudden strike. On the other end, Head is clocking his hand with the sudden strikes, because I think there's only the Heinkel in Vinny's list that is a target that costs 2 or less. So that could make a difference in the end. I mean, we don't expect both players to have really full hands here with all this discard being around. But in the end, maybe it can make a difference that you don't get the value out of a card that you maybe need, that you have dead cards in hand. Because we expect both players to have little amount of cards in hand, and if those are even not providing any value, it's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
I find it quite interesting that Vinny held back the sudden strike, but probably for the Brian's Irregulars, because they have 6 health and provide 3 damage back. So Vinny just decides to get 2 damage on the 989 there, providing 5 health on Head's HQ, and just have better options for the Bryansk later on. And that's what we're exactly going to see now.
Exactly.
That's a well-established board already here for Vinny. 5-3 and a 3-6. But on the other hand, 2 guards just guarding Head's HQ. Vinny just delaying it now until turn 7, and then this armored train is just a perfect target for annihilation.
Yes.
The question is Head going to see it and place 845th, for example, into the blade of the samurai by the sword? I'm always mixing these up. That's 3 draws. He has 6 cards. Could play by the sword first and then decide to play 845th or whatever he's drawing here.
Yeah, you want to give yourself the options, right? So you do want to draw first.
Yeah. I was expecting him to overdraw, but after the By the Sword is played, he has 6 cards left. He will draw 3, so he's exactly at 9. So he can still decide afterwards what to do.
Attacking first makes me think that he won't
Yeah,
be
he's
going with the draw.
draws with the Parade instead. Oh, I don't think that this is what he wanted to find.
No.
Double Brienne's Irregulars is not that great.
He's clogging up his hand a bit. No, there goes the By the Sword.
He lost the By the Sword. What did we just say earlier about this card always
Yep.
hitting your draw? I mean,
Painful.
Head may be regretting that he did not play it last turn. But Head himself also has Annihilation here. Unfortunately, not the greatest targets.
No, Vinny having more discard options in hand as well, but I mean, it doesn't matter when Head's filling up his hand consistently and has options here. It's going to be another heal of 5 to face here, correct?
Very likely, yeah. I don't see... I mean, Head could play Winter Warfare to prevent that one. Yeah, I mean, I don't see where he ever... whatever else he needs it for, so it was a good way to prevent himself 5 damage here. Establish the first rifles. Yeah, this would be the battle of the guards here, it looks like. A lot of guards unit. 39s, also not really any target for those, so this will just be a 5 credits 5-5. I mean, no, I'm not sure if you play it here or just hold it back just in case Winnie makes the mistake and plays a Heinkel. So he could steal it, but I think it's just too valuable to get 5-5 body here. There was no real other option. And that red banner can be very valuable later on, I guess. If you get the T-34 out, attack into it, it survives with 1 HP, and then you can get yourself a 7 credit unit out of it.
No, never mind.
Never mind. This option is gone now.
And Vinny definitely taking the more aggressive line here, continuing to push, continuing to force Head to play answers, and he's very slowly running out of them.
Yeah, the good thing for Vinny here is that he's playing or having units on board that cost more than 5. So that Annihilation is a completely dead card together with the Sudden Strike. Brienne's Irregulars are not providing anything right now. So Vinny has way more value on board that is also kind of countering Head's hand. And also Vinny's hand is looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
He has another 989. He has another case yellow where you could just give those opinion regiments another +1 attack. That Yak Bomber probably going to bounce the guard. I'm not sure if it's really worth it. There might be targets in Head stack that might be a better target for that. But on the other hand, it's also giving you a 5-4 body that is just more pressure on board there.
Exactly, and that's been Vinny's style, right? In this matchup has been let me get some value, but for the most part, let me continue to just put pressure and force Head to make moves.
That's also a good line here. He just replaced the 5-3 with a 5-5, but now giving Head here a target for the Annihilation, and Head's hand is looking really, really bad right now. Winnie's hand not looking that much better, but at least he has an FW.
And
oh, there's the Heinkel. At least he gets 1 Spoils of War out of it before it's getting killed by the Sunstrike.
he gets a Comet.
Oh, Comet. I mean, 2 Brienne's
Another
Irregulars here.
regular for Head.
And only 1 Sudden Strike from Vinny. So at least one of them will hold the Comet away. But the Comet could just attack into the other one and then getting killed from the root out next turn. And suddenly had left with an empty hand.
So discard doing its job, and I think part of that has been the discard aspect of, you know, the annihilation, the case yellows, but also just Vinny constantly putting pressure and forcing Head to make moves and use up answers. What do we got here?
KV1 is pretty good. Only FW in Vinny's hand. Able to bounce it back maybe. We see the root out now. Still, he could play the Sudden Strike on the Engineer Battalion, but looks like he's holding it back for something else. What could this be? Let me check Head's deck list here. What could he hold it for? Pelyakov, not really an option.
Wolfpack taking away that sudden strike there.
Yeah, so it's gone regardless of what you want to do with it. Rudo's going to help with those irregulars. And there's the Mare Nostrum.
Taking out the KV1. Oh, what a top deck. Ooh, yay.
That's what you need right now.
I mean, when he has answers for it, it looks like it's... Both players are a little bit in top deck mode right now. Vinny has the big advantage of having the Comet here. And actually, I think holding back that Sudden Strike in hand, just as a discard target to protect your Comet, was a really good choice there for Vinny. Because now, yeah, he has the Comet that can literally just win him the game alone there.
Yeah, and that was a rough turn for Head, grabbing the Sudden Strike and having 12 credits and not being able to do anything with him.
A really awkward spot here for Head. You need to play the Naval Brigade probably just to stop that Comet constantly going face, but you don't really get the deployment effect out of it. Flampanzer not good enough. It's good enough to get rid of the constant healing there from Head. There comes the Perdyakhov, one turn too late to prevent the Flampanzer deployment effect. Annihilation.
Gonna discard a card that's probably completely useless at this point, but nonetheless takes Head down to no cards once again.
Yeah, and it's also, if your opponent has one card in hand, even if you do not play it for a while, you're really not 100% sure what it is.
Yes.
But if your opponent has an empty hand, you 100% know what he's having in hand. So that's a good thing here for Vinny. And Winter Warfare. So is he playing the case yellow on his own unit now? I don't think so. I mean, it will draw him another card, but he will also lose his only guard that stops the Comet. I think you just have to pass here.
And this is just passing back and forth at this point.
And Vinny doing the same, although he could kill the Naval Brigade and just continue with that Comet shipping. But he's just keeping it for bigger threats. Just going to build his own first U-boat here, which will make Head discard 2 cards, plus kill any unit. Annihilation without any target. 12 cards against 13 cards. Wait, what happened? Where did that case yellow go on?
He targeted the HQ, I believe that.
You can target HQ with it?
Oh, yes.
See. There goes the Annihilation, root out gone. Oh. But Vinny also with this hand is probably going to see a fatigue match here. What is Vinny having? Is he the one that is playing with the Leopold? Yeah, when he has Leopold, King Tiger, he has a lot of value left. He even has Schwalbe left in the deck. He just can't find it.
I mean, not like Head's having much of a better time finding cards at this point.
At least he has a unit in hand, which better not enters the battlefield here. Two careless talks waiting for it.
Yep.
Bloop.
Ouch.
So,
Another case yellow. Gives him an opportunity to cycle, deal 1 damage, start clearing out Head's hand, even though it's not particularly useful. Still might be the only option he really has at this point.
yeah, really needs to find the King Tiger here. I think if he finds King Tiger, it's GG. Because the ISU is already out. And pick the Schwalbe. Probably the one with the biggest stats there just. And all these case yellows.
Just ping in one, back and forth.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Serious.
That is huge.
And there we have
It's the
Leopold.
Leopold.
Yeah, not the best time to find a Leopold when your opponent is sitting on a T-34.
And you know it's there.
You know for fact it's there, exactly. So, one question, what happened to Vinny's Comet? Did he get discarded?
Oh, is that, I guess, the case yellow?
Yes, that must have been the
Okay.
case.
Yeah, I
Let's
just
get the deck list there.
realized that now. I was too distracted from looking through Vinny's list. Okay, we might just see line 4-day JU. Yeah, I think Vinny now has way more value left in the stack. Another KV1.
Oof, six cards in each decks there. We're getting very close to the end here of each player's decks.
So I think, yeah, I had thinking, is there a way how Vinny is stealing my KV1? Because this would be the end for Head here. But I think he has no other options than just deploying it. I mean, what could he wait here for? Soviet Germany. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Head is also having the 272nd left in the deck. That's maybe his most value card right now. So Head sacrificed the Pelyakov into the...
Yep. Played his Winter Warfare and gets his KV out.
And the Mare Nostrum's going to give Vinny a lot more runway at this point.
Oh, I bet it's hitting Leopold. I told you.
Spooz.
Oh
Why would you put that
my!
out there in the world? I don't think
always hits the Leopold.
I don't think it matters that much at this point, though.
We'll see. I mean, Head still has a 272nd, which can give him the Josef Stalin on destruction. But that's a free KV1 for Vinny. And other than Leopold, Head is not really having a really good board cleared now. Like Leopold could just bounce anything back. Head is no longer having access to that since the ISU is already gone.
And there's the King Tiger.
Nice. There it comes, and I don't see how Head responds to that one. T60, sure. Stops 4 damage. That King Tiger will just overrun Head here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Vinny has kind of had the upper hand a little bit throughout the game, and we're just kind of getting to the point where there's very few options left for Head, and it's really hard to see how he might be able to turn this around.
Artisans could be a chance, but unfortunately the backline from Vinny cannot be targeted since the King Tiger is there. And I'm pretty sure until Vinny has lethal, this King Tiger is also sitting there for the rest of the match. Until it can just provide lethal damage. That T-34 taking out the Alpini regiment.
I mean,
Elyakov takes out the T-34. So 2 more turns. I mean, Head is also not having cards for that many more turns in his hand, in his deck. That's really a close one here.
and does
I mean,
Casey-
Head was just like in top deck mode from maybe turn 6 on.
Yeah.
I think that one turn where he lost the by the sword to the
Yes.
discard, and the turn before where he drew double Bryansk with the Parade. I think that was the situation that lost him the match. Way more value in Vinny's deck. All the Bryansk 2K06 not providing any value there on the board, not any threat for the opponent. Vinny could play the sudden strikes on them. So yeah, really an uphill battle here for Head. And now he's just close to losing the semifinals here.
And Vinny has that one kind of Soviet era list left that we talked about, maybe the weakest of the bunch. So we're going to see if he can push that through Head's list here. And Head coming back with the reverse Brit air, I guess we can call it.
Yeah, we're going to see which one is the better
Second option.
the better second option for an air list, exactly. Oh, and look at Vinny's hand here. Also not too bad. 2 Swordfish, Polycarpov, and an Empire Strikes. Both players with decent starting hands. And there's the Chiker in Vinny's hand that I just mentioned that can make a big difference, because it's hard for all the early bombers to just remove all these fighters. So it's protecting your HQ pretty well, while also damaging all these opponents' bombers.
And yeah, once the check is removed, it just drops another fighter into your support line. So kind of, while the card itself is not sticky, the fact that it can sit there and really hold off the bombers makes a huge difference in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. It just keeps your opponent busy with dealing with the units instead of your HQ. But Head also has good answers with the second raiding brigade. He has the nade on the board. So Vinny kind of needs to find something to. It's not just not good enough to deploy the bombers here. He also needs to find ways to buff them, because a 1/2 bomber will not stick for too long on the board here. So as long as he's not finding any. That is interesting that he's playing the Polycarpov over the Swordfish. Huh. Okay, maybe he's believing in the Red Blood Sky top deck there, then the Polycarpov. Or he's just, he wants to sacrifice a 1/2 into the raiding brigade, maybe, rather than a 1/3. There's the Piracy.
Okay.
Pretty good way to deal with the raiding brigade. Protect the Polycarpov. Do we see the Swordfish now? No, he just goes with another Polycarpov.
Yeah. Again, I think we're in a scenario where, Head's kind of on a back foot in the way of having to deal with Vinny's board, and Vinny having a few options in hand to continue to build that out with, you got Night Witches. You have quite a few options here to keep, forcing Head to answer.
Yeah, I would be interested to know the thought process on deploying Polycarpov over Swordfish. Maybe because the Swordfish is so valuable with the close air support later on, and since Vinny is not having it in hand now, he's probably keeping it for exactly that. Once you have the close air support, it's one of his few options to just play the close air support and buff adjacent units. But if I remember correctly, Vinny is also just having 1 copy of close air support in the deck, so really strange. Let me check. Close air support. Yeah, just 1 copy of it. But a lot of Polycarpovs here, they came from the Night Witches, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They did. Audacity, getting an IG out there, taking out the Piracy. So putting Head back in control of this
But now, when he found the red blood sky, or blood red sky, I never know how the correct order of the wording is
Blood
there.
red sky. That's going to, I guess, going to start with the Empire Strikes to clean up the board a little bit. But yeah, blood red sky going to be making those Polycarpovs just a little bit stickier, a little bit stronger. Gives them what, +2/+2?
Yeah, +2/+2 to all Soviet air units. Oh, and had found the bombing rate here. Unfortunately, not. I mean, he has the LA4 plus Polycarpov plus Blood Red Sky. Oh, it's LA5 actually, not LA4. And having 2 naval operations in hand here, completely useless in that matchup, is also not really what you want to see.
That is a very strong looking backline right now from
That
Vinny.
looks really strong, especially since Head is not having the greatest answer. I mean, Swordfish and Air Superiority is only 3 damage, and all of them having 4 makes it that Head cannot kill a single one now.
And same thing with the bombing raid. Only does 4 damage to 1 of those.
I mean, he could attack with the IG plus close air support, maybe kill one of them. But the downside is you also give your opponent from the people now. And that makes it less likely that your units stay on board. So very annoying units to deal with here for Head.
Well, especially with from the people, taking out the Sendai, for example.
That will give him back the LA5, right? Yeah,
correct.
Really strong. Way more problems for Head to deal with now. Vinny thinking if he wants to play the Shiker here or hold it back. I mean, he already has a fighter, so he's well protected against stuff like HMS, for example. Oh no, HMS not possible since it's Japan. Never mind. Yeah. Not the best situation here for Head. That's
No, there's
0.
just not a lot. I mean, the 0 will take out the second. Oh, not even. Right.
I mean, that ambush on the 0's doing a lot here. Vinny needs to sacrifice 2 units. Oh, that Blood Red Sky top deck or fine from the convoy there.
Yeah.
Pretty helpful because now he can go with the LA5 into it. Or is he just dealing 6 damage? I don't think that this is the best line here. Just go for the 0. That 5/4 bomber attacks phase.
Well, especially because it's not, like you said, Spooz, it's not always convenient to deal with the 0, so take it out while you can so you don't have to, no, we're going face.
Wow.
He's confident that at least one of the fighters survives here. And since Head is playing Japan main, there's no access to shelling or Monty. And naval operation is only pinning ground units. I personally always find it frightening when there is a 0 on board, but on the other hand, he has Head down to 5 HP, and Head really needs to kill. I mean, if he kills the LA5, then the bomber has freeway since the 0 is gone.
But there's just nothing in Head's hand that will help him, and Landlease is going to take up so much of his credits that.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. We just found the second best air list, looks like. Vinny with the perfect tech here against the Japan list. I mean, it was kind of very important to find the Blood Red Sky there.
Yes.
Otherwise, all these small bombers would have not have that much impact. But that one turn where he had 4 of these big airplanes on board, yeah, that was just too much for Head.
That's again, it comes down to it's cards. It's a game of cards. You draw the right ones, you win the game. So, we had some questions around Vinny's, choice of second airless, but it seems to have played out very well for him right now. We'll find out in the finals if it's going to do just as well here. But going down into the third place matchup, still fighting for a couple bucks, will be going on. So we're going to take another quick break. We will be back at it in just a moment where we bring you our third place matchup. Welcome back, everybody, to KARDS Open 15. This is the third place matchup. The winner taking home $250. Loser still getting a little bit of pocket change, $200. We have Jking tagging in for Spooz. Spooz will be back for our finals in just a little bit. But before we get there, we have another heck of a matchup for you. We're going to be seeing TB taking on Head here. Jking, I know you mentioned TB, looking to make that cement themselves with this performance. Maybe it hasn't gone exactly according to plan, but they will get an opportunity for redemption here in this third place matchup.
Yes, I think regardless of what happens, one of these two players is going to get fourth, but I think both of these players should be proud of their performance here today. TB has shown miles of improvement since the last time he played in an open top 4, and I think anybody who can watch especially that game 3 with the triple Jasko can say that TB maybe didn't have the most agency in that set. Same with Head, unfortunately, just didn't get the right discards, didn't get the right draws in the right orders. And I mean, he's coming off of a win in the OCC Clash. So yeah, both of these players, I think, have shown they deserve to be here. And yeah, unfortunately, one of them is going to have to go home in fourth.
But they won't be going home empty-handed, so that's always a nice consolation prize. A wad of cash never really hurts anybody. Let's take a quick look at the bracket here. I think Jking's done a nice job of summarizing what we're going to see up in our final. We've got Tiger taking on Vinny. We got TB versus Head right here, though. So there you see their road to the third place matchup. And we have run through the decks already a couple times at this point, but maybe we can flash them up on the screen quick. And Jking, you can give us the 30-second run through so that anybody who's missed the beginning of the show can get a little bit of insight into what we are expecting here in our third place matchup.
All right, so for TB, of course, his first deck is Japan German aggro, very standard. The only real difference here is he's running 3 orders, third order being Audacity rather than Bombing Raid. His second deck is a US-German frontline, US-German midrange, however you want to call it. Again, pretty standard deck, 2 Blitzkriegs to finish off, fighting for control of the frontline with cards like Greyhound, Red Devils, 30 seconds. His third deck's a bit different than the first two. It's German-Italy control. Again, very standard meta list that we've seen he can operate very well, but this is going to be a much slower deck. It's using Case Yellow for a little bit of discard, Mary Nostrum to heal up, and these large units to finish out the game with Panther Gs, JUs, Leopold, of course. And then his fourth deck is Britain-German discard. This deck entirely revolves around discarding all of the cards in your opponent's hand, stopping them from drawing more, and then finishing out the game with some of these larger units like Wellington, like Grenadier Guards.
Awesome. Do you think that... Actually, let's walk through Heads first and we can chat about it after.
All right, so Head has his first deck is a Britain-Japan deck, very different than TB's Britain deck. This is Britain-Japan Air, pretty standard list. I mean, if you've played the game, if you've watched tournaments, you're probably familiar with Britain-Japan Air. It's been quite popular. His second deck is very similar to TB's, a US-German frontline midrange deck. Again, there's a handful of differences in there. Head is running the Stars and Stripes, which is really good into air. However, TB is not running air. TB does not have Stars and Stripes, which is good into air. However, Head is running air, so it sort of works out there. Then we have Head's Soviet-German discard deck, which we saw struggle against Italy from Vinny. We'll see if Head can turn that matchup around, or maybe just tries to dodge that matchup altogether. And then his last deck is Japan-Britain Air, which is essentially a similar concept to Britain-Japan Air. However, it's with Japan main, and it's a bit more mid-range planes, less of a combo factor. There's no close air supports, so it has to fight for the board more fairly, I might say.
I love how fair comes into play when you talk about flipping the air over on its head. We did see Vinny make somewhat of a strange decision, right, and banning Head's US-Germany frontline list, as opposed to what we've typically seen, which has been just banning Brit Air because it's Brit Air. Do you think that that's something that's going to repeat itself, or you're just expecting Head's Brit Air to be banned here in this matchup?
I think I could see TB potentially banning Head's Soviet-German discard deck, because that is not a deck you want to play against with TB's US-German, with TB's Jagro. You're kind of hoping to avoid that matchup. And I mean, honestly, you're fine into air. I could see him banning air just because it's air. Banning air is never bad. But yeah, I mean, Vinny showed that air can be defeated. And I mean, I think Vinny's lineups were probably better into air than TB's are. So I could also just see TB going for the comfort pick of banning air.
Well, and you mentioned, for example, Frontline not having stars and stripes, which can wipe out, a good chunk of bombers with one fell swoop if you need to. Lacking some of the little like tech pieces around that. But then if you're ahead and you're looking at TB's list, I think you were mentioning in the first series that the Britain Germany discard list was probably the go-to for banning. That's just going to replicate itself again this time around.
Yeah, I think so. It's incredibly strong against both of Head's air lists. Against Soviet Germany, I don't think. I think it's going to have even more of a rough time against the Brit-German discard than it did against the Italy. I don't think Head really wants to see that Britain-German discard deck against any of his decks, so I suspect that will be banned.
I just want to check in and see if we've got the players, if they have picked their bans yet. Sounds like they have, so we can go ahead and get the spoilers out of the way and just take a look at what we got going on here. And so TB is losing that Germany list that you had called, Jking, but Head is having the US frontline list banned again.
Now that is very interesting because frontline is definitely not bad into any of TB's 3 remaining decks. Not bad by any means. It's very interesting to me that TB just feels more comfortable playing against air than he does against frontline with these remaining decks.
And again, frontline is something we've seen in the tournament scene regularly. It's something that TB's likely prepped against and maybe just found that there was a little bit of a gap in the way that their list performed there. Because yeah, it's not something out of the box. It's something we expect to see.
Yeah, I think that decision might come down to that German-Italy control deck, since he knows he has 2 control decks and the Britain one is almost certainly being banned. I think the German control deck is really his only deck that would rather go into air than frontline. I think Jagro and the frontline mirror, I think that's essentially all fine, whether it's into air or Jagro, the win rate's all about the same. But that German deck, definitely more comfortable matchup into air than US frontline, so that might be the reason he did it, and we might see that might come down to the factor between winning or losing this match.
That's going to be huge as we get the players queued up and into the game. I mean, Elin, I won't ask you to go into the same amount of depth that Jking just did, but any thoughts you'd like to add in there around this series specifically?
It'll be really interesting to see. I mean, I think that Head for me is a player that is really methodical. I feel like he has so much thought that goes into his gameplay, and I mean, he ended up second in the World Championship. He has continued since then to be extremely successful in tournaments. So if I was TB right now, I'd be feeling maybe a tiny bit nervous. So it'll be interesting to see if through this ban he can be as successful as Vinny was previously.
So there you have Head taking the same type of approach they took against Vinny, just leading off with Brit Air, maybe one of those, hey, here's my just traditionally strongest list. And we're going to have TB coming back with Jagro on the other side of things. If Head gets a good start here with the Brit Air list, find some bombers, could TB be in a bit of trouble?
I mean, going first is a really big deal in this matchup. And again, this is the second time we've seen TB start first with Jagro, but without one of the 1-cost units. Well, he has the 1-cost unit of the errata, but he's saving that to draw into one of his 3 orders, which means Head is going to get the Gladiator down on the board before TB can take the front line, before he pulls out this Befehlswagen, and that 1-turn delay can be very big.
And on the way back, Head probably looking to better establish the close air support will do that, right? It's going to make sure that the Gladiator does survive the onslaught from the Befehlswagen after that.
And TB and I have had many a discussion about Audacity's place in Jagro. TB is firmly in favor of Audacity, and we've seen it in his deck in this tournament here today, and we're seeing this is exactly the situations that you want to find Audacity, and we see it coming out, removing the 2-3 Gladiator while developing a 3-2 body. And I mean, if you just compare it 1-to-1 with the Kitty Hawk that we just saw, Kitty Hawk's a 2-3 body that deals 2. Audacity was a 3-2 body that deals 3. So proving that it's a very strong card, and he naturally draws the Feigned Retreat, which is going to be very useful, and makes up for the fact that he has a lower chance of drawing it off of the erratas. So things looking up for TB so far in this game.
I was just going to say how much of that conversation around Audacity is actually about being certain you get your Feigned Retreat, because that one is infinitely more important in most situations.
Yeah, it is. I think when you're discussing the number of orders you run in Jaggro, it is entirely based around the consistency of finding this Feigned Retreat. And Audacity is very strong, especially with these 2-cost Aichis. You can buff the attack of the damage the Audacity deals to 5, 7, 8. With the Type 93s, you could kill a King Tiger with it in theory. But it does make it less likely to find this Feigned Retreat, but that's not going to be a problem for TB since it's the one card in his hand now.
Well, actually, the shelling there was pretty huge, because otherwise TB was floating into that perfectly, right? Would have been on 6 with the Feigned Retreat ready to go. Not going to be the case here. Have to wait one more turn to get it off.
And Head has the Empire Strikes, but unfortunately this errata is stopping the Swordfish from taking off the Aichi, which would allow him to fully clear the board with Empire Strikes, meaning that TB is going to be left with a 3-2 Aichi with Smokescreen after Empire Strikes, and he can use it to attack and kill the Swordfish unless it's buffed, or maybe he just wants to play Feigned Retreat and then potentially attack with it in the future.
It's going to be a question, I imagine, as well as to what TB can top deck here, if it's something worth playing or if it just makes more sense to go straight into the Feigned Retreat.
Yeah, if Head plays out the close air support here, there's few cards I could see TB playing rather than the Feigned Retreat, but the biggest one would be a Whirlwind top deck, which would let him take the front line to protect the Aichi, as well as take out the Swordfish, as well as pin any further air units.
It didn't even look like TB took the time to look at what card he drew. It looked like Feigned Retreat was ready to go immediately.
Yeah, you can tell how much experience TB has on the deck by the speed at which he plays Feigned Retreat on 6.
Yep.
And, I mean, Type 93 did let him kill the Swordfish, but he would lose the Bomber immediately to the Type 94. So I do think playing Feigned Retreat there, very good play. And Head is doing exactly what Air needs to be doing in this situation, which is building as large of a board as possible and going face. Because Head has now a timer for it ending the game. He needs to end the game as quickly as possible. And I mean, we saw this exact matchup in Game 2 of TB's last set, where he was playing first into Air, had a slower start, but got the Feigned off on turn 6, and Air dropped him really low on health with a strong board. I mean, if you're TB, you're just hoping it doesn't work out the same as the last game. And Whirlwind will let him... well, he's going to clear the front line with the Aichi, push up, doesn't play Whirlwind. So the idea of that is he wants to save the Blitz. However, I still think he probably should have played it just to get the draw in, be credit efficient. If your opponent is killing your Whirlwind, it means they're not dealing damage to your face. And it means you're going to get more draws eventually into your other Blitz tanks.
And that's, you know, we talked about this being a challenge in the previous matchup here, where overdrawing can be a problem. Do you think any of that sets into TB thinking, hey, I need to be a little bit more careful with how I'm using my resources, despite the fact that he's going to have to push because Head is building up a substantial board here?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, not knowing that he was going to draw the second errata, that's very big, because this is now a guaranteed desperate measures, which will take out the Sonya, it will take out the Type 94, and it will make room for this Whirlwind to push up and either trade with the Raft, take out the Swordfish. He's also going to get draws in the process.
Yeah, that's
Dina can... yeah, Dina can slow down with the errata, can slow down these Swordfish, so maybe he wants to just trade off the Whirlwind. I mean, 2 surprise attacks in hand means the Swordfish could attack face next turn.
It's going to slow down, but is it going to be... Well, then again, hold on. Let's see what he draws first and go from there, though there's not a lot of credits left to be able to do much of anything. Can't push the Warble win up either at this point.
And that's a bit of a mistake from TB, playing the Signal Regiment first, locking his support line, meaning he has to push the 22nd rather than the Cavalry, which means he gets 1 fewer card draw, and the unit in the front line has 1 operation instead of 2. But Head top decks the 2nd Empire Strikes, and that's just going to be game over.
Wow.
And Head taking game 1.
Amazing performance there from Head. He was really able to keep the pressure up really well with that Brit air deck against, like you say, he as soon as TB plays Feint, he's on the timer and he has to go for it, and he did.
So do you think Head comes back now with that 2nd air list, figuring, hey, it worked once, let's take it again and see if TB comes back with the Jagger list?
I think in your head, I would bring the Soviet list now, because you've seen TB started with Jagro, and I mean, players are more likely to bring the deck that they just brought if they lost than switching off. So you want the Soviet deck into Jagro more than you want the Soviet deck into German control. And that's exactly what happened. We have TB's Jagro into Head's Soviet German discard control, and not an amazing hand from Head. He has the Sudden Strike, but these annihilations are going to be incredibly slow.
And it also makes you wonder, seeing Feigned Retreat in TB's hand, that if he gets that off, the discard doesn't really make a difference anymore.
Yeah, really it's only going to be the wolf packs that become relevant, because if you play a wolf pack after the first Feigned Retreat and they don't hit Adina, they don't hit the 22nd, you can potentially wolf pack them to leave them with no cards in their hand and they don't draw. But yeah, annihilations, case yellows, they'll have a minor impact, but it will not be stopping TB from drawing. It's going to be a question of, can Head survive through TB's entire deck, essentially.
Which, with the list that Head has right now, is entirely possible. Like that is not something that, as much as it might sound crazy out loud, is not impossible.
Yeah, the biggest struggle will be finding card draw of his own, especially going second here, starting to card down. This deck doesn't have a ton of card draw. However, with 1 copy of By the Sword, against a Feigned Retreat Jagro, you can easily draw 7, 8, 9 cards with By the Sword.
Is TB also thinking, knowing he's going up against a deck that plays a fair amount of discard options, that I need to get that Feigned Retreat off on 6, otherwise if that gets pinched by an annihilation or a case yellow, like that's game?
I think that is definitely something TB is going to be aware of and thinking about. Especially, we've seen him play Feigned on 6 instead of anything else in the 2 previous matchups against decks that do not have discard. So I would imagine he would play exactly the same into discard. And playing the Type 93 just to double trade out, this Petliakov is actually doing an immense amount of work against TB's current hand, blocking the draw from Murado, blocking the Sendai from removing first rifles, blocking the 35T, getting the operation cost discount.
And that's going to become a challenge as we get on here, that if TB can't create the space to actually move forward, then Head's going to have even less of a challenge in needing to draw, just by being even more efficient with the cards he does currently have and limiting what TB can do. And that feels like the direction we're going right now, unless TB can change that. But based on his hand, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
And Head having the KV1 in hand means that if TB rushes out this turn 6 Feigned, if the Petliakov is still on the board, that's just going to be game over, because TB can't generate the surprise attacks. He can't generate, he can't play the Sendais. So KV will just kill TB. And he can play Aichi to set up removing Petliakov. going to be a pretty good option, but other than that, TB is certainly struggling here.
You get the sudden strike as well as an option. Head has no real challenges in keeping control of this board, and if that's the case, feigned retreat on 6 is also kind of a turn you're just sort of stalled out, right? You're not doing anything that turn, and it just gives Head more opportunity to build something out, and that KV is going to be really, really nasty if that's what comes down next turn.
Yeah, and Head has a couple options. He can sudden strike the Errado to just fully, well, kill the 3 units on board. TB will be left with the 3-2 Aichi. Playing the KV here looks tempting. It's playing out on curve, but this is going to give TB a massive opportunity to come back here because he can remove the Petliakov with the Aichi. He can trade out the Errado if he wants, take the front line with Type 93, or the other way around. He can pull out the Befelswagen. He's going to play Audacity for 6 damage and wins the 50-50 to remove KV with Audacity. And
wow.
I am sure the next time I talk to TB, he's going to give me a massive "I told you so." But here, Head has a 1 in 3 to discard Feigned, and he misses it. And I suspect we are going to see the Feigned retreat coming out now.
Yep, dodged it once. Let's not risk it. That's such an interesting play as well. Like you said, the KV coming down on curve, but it also gives your opponent the knowledge that, hey, there's a KV1 here. Maybe you hold off on the feigned retreat for a second. Because otherwise, like you said, that KV1 into the feigned could have been just game in and of itself.
Yeah, and here the 272nd comes out, but this is the power of feigned retreat. There is just a non-stop barrage of units right now. And Head has a root out. He has 2 sudden strikes. He even has an annihilation for the key if he wants to play that instead of the root out. But they're just going to keep coming. And Head is not drawing a lot of cards. He's drawing 1 per turn, and it's looking like it's going to stay that way, at least for the next while.
Yeah, and again, the Annihilation discard doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Don't get me wrong, Annihilation's great to remove the body from the board, but dropping a cavalry, don't feel too bad. TB should also be out of orders at this point, correct? We've seen Audacity, we've seen Feigned.
He has Desperate Measures.
Yes, he does. Which would not feel very good.
No, if you're TB, you would just pray and you dodge Desperate Measures. Dina here, Dina after Feigned Retreat is always the big one to see because it draws you 3 cards, which means no matter how much discard you have, if you hit orders, you're always going to have more cards to play.
That turn 6 KV and then the Audacity picking it off kind of feels like the turning point here, because Head is going to, I mean, don't get me wrong, the root out's going to do a lot of work, but after that, going to need to be in top deck mode.
And I think TB has to be aware of the root out. There's also Winter Warfares in the deck, and he needs to save the surprise attacks for the Joseph Stalin that's going to be coming out of this 272nd, because that is really the only way he can lose this game now, is if he's just unable to remove the Joseph Stalin and he gets a heavy armor 2 tank to the front line.
There it is.
Engineers is, it's not a bad draw, but he just doesn't have a lot of units, so it's not like he's going to be getting like 20 plus healing like you see sometimes from Soviet control. Not a lot of units in his deck, not a lot of units currently on the board.
Doesn't hurt. It's just not exactly probably what you want at this point, though you are putting the pressure on TB to make TB respond here. So you can just throw it down and let it hang out.
Yeah, just plays it for the 2 healing. This will mean that it dies to Desperate Measures now, and I suspect that we're just going to see this Stalin go face.
Yep. Give him another timer to worry about not only his own deck, but... Ooh.
And TB has 2 Type 94s and a Sendai left in his deck. I mean, he doesn't have a way to deal with it currently in hand, and he's not finding one yet, but even with this Type 93, Akita hits it, another Akita into it like that will just actually kill it without needing the surprise attacks.
Speak of the devil. Gonna be, have enough credits for it as well.
Unfortunately, he doesn't hit it, but now that it's at 1 health, he can just pin it. He knows he will remove it with whether it's with Desperate Measures or this Type 93 sticks around and he can kill it with the 35T. Discards the Shiden Sudden Strike for the Type 93, but this is sort of the situation I mentioned at the start of the game where Head has done so much, but the Feigned Retreat is just too powerful. Head has 1 card in hand, and TB still has access to the entirety of the rest of his deck.
Yep. Literally has to be able to deal with the entire rest of his deck. Gonna just kind of have to sit back and hope to draw. Is it by the sword? That would give him some options, but that's probably it. So the Desperate Measures as well.
Yeah, that's a very good draw for TB. Means he doesn't have to try to go for that 50-50 on the Akita. It does finally remove the Stalin, and I mean, yeah, Head can play out both his units, but he's staring down 6 damage on the board.
Gonna get a touch of healing out of him, but not all that much.
I mean, I think if you're Head, you must be thinking the only way I don't die next turn is if I top deck Winter Warfare plus ISU to fully clear the board. Chooses just to play it.
I feel like you have then the Sendai comes out, so that will also kind of take care of that if need be.
Yeah, and Type 94, he can pin the 845th, even potentially just save Sendai for a guard, but like with 272nd gone, first rifle's gone, there's Armored Train would be a pretty tough guard to get through, but realistically, TB doesn't have to worry about this ISU attacking, there's no Mare Nostrums. I mean, the most this 845th could theoretically heal would be 5. If the Akita hits it, and then he can trade it out into one of these 3 attack units, but 5 health isn't going to save Head right now.
No, nothing really feels like it will. Like at this point, just taking it off the board altogether, pushing everything up front. Parade.
Hits the 45th, but that's not enough.
Which theoretically would be good if that was, 6 turns ago.
Yeah, and TB takes it, ties it up 1-1, showing that he's not going down without a fight. He's not letting the tilt get to him from the previous series, and he's shown up here to fight.
Absolutely, and like you said, that was probably a good matchup in reality for Head there. Probably what he was expecting to face, and still had TB pull it off.
Yeah, and now it's TB has his choice of decks, and Head might want to switch, because if I'm TB, I'm just going to bring the German control, I think. I feel like it's pretty strong into both of your opponent's decks. Head is going to bring the Japan, Britain Air, which I feel like is the weaker of his 2 decks into this German deck. I think TB is pretty heavily favored in this matchup, and if we see him with 3 fighters in his hand, 1 with Blitz, 1 with Deployment, destroy all enemy air units, and he has the Careless Talk up, he has Flying Bomb in hand to remove units on the board. This is going to be an uphill battle for Head.
And all TB needs to do is, survive the first 3-4 turns, make sure nothing crazy goes down, and he will be in a good spot to even draw on things like the Africa Core. It just gives you that opportunity to build up your hand, do something with your credits for the first few turns. Looking solid.
Without the close air supports that the Britain main deck has, this Britain-Japan deck just struggles to put on pressure with its units. This Blommenvoss, which is just a 2-4 fighter, that the effect is probably not going to do a whole lot. That just is going to slow Head down. I mean, doesn't have any big tempo way of dealing with it at the moment. And yeah, his cards are just stopped by a 2-4 fighter. It's just showing the potential weakness. Will Disguise is a very good card for him to draw early if this matchup goes on for a long time. However, in this particular situation, he probably would have rather draw a air superiority, potentially a bombing raid.
Gonna go take a peek, see what else you can find. Actually, the second rating will be helpful in dealing with the fighter there.
Yeah, that is exactly the card he's going to be looking for answering this Blom Voss. And TB's Flampanzer, very good draw. Just plain Panzer H is fine. Attacking is fine. I mean, he has no shortage of options here.
And he's also, he's the one with the control list, so he doesn't need to be leading either. He can just sit back and make sure he's got his answers, and we established he's got a handful of them. So I think he feels probably pretty good just slowing head down a little bit and keeping control of the pace, really.
Yeah, and we see Head gonna go for the attack, get the bit of damage in here. Unfortunately, TB is almost certainly just going to play the JU, and this is risky because Head does have the Type 94 in hand. This Aichi will deal 5 damage, which means he could set up killing the JU guaranteed, but he will have to trade in the Aichi if he wants to do that.
I mean, the Audacity doing some work there as well.
And maybe you don't even trade, you just push up and play Will Disguise because you have 0 coming in on the following turn. He's actually going to surprise attack to pin to stop a potential Mare Nostrum, or just taking the Aichi. And I mean, Head is doing a lot with what he has. He's certainly trying to make this hand work for him. The root out draw, though.
That feels bad.
It will sacrifice his own JU, so TB might not feel like he's under too much of a threat, which could potentially be quite bad for him if he misevaluates how strong his position is. Because once Rule Disguise buffs these 2 health units, well, the 2 health air units up to 3, Root Out's suddenly going to be looking a lot worse.
Yep.
And it's not quite guaranteed he will live to turn 9 yet. So he does have to be a little careful about how he plays these next few turns.
Oh, that's... He's got the case yellow there, looking to... I mean... And we didn't really see what his options were as well. I'm just wondering if that cycling card and dealing 1 damage, though picking off a few of these bombers might be beneficial. Rule of Sky is going to feel good. Empire Strike is going to clean things up as well. It's probably the best Empire Strikes that Head's going to get this game.
And dropping TB down to 11, and suddenly things are looking a lot scarier. That Flampanzer is going to be a great help because you can play it following the root out to take out the Swordfish, but you're still staring down 7 damage on board following the root out.
Gonna lead with the line for a day instead.
I actually did. I think this is absolutely correct. You're removing more damage from the board, and line for a day can be a somewhat difficult target to or card to use in the future if there's not great targets. Head actually missing 1 damage there with an unfortunate order of operations. And with the board looking the way that it is, I mean, the Mare Nostrum draw is going to help.
Yes.
An amount, but is this enough to stay alive?
Actually, it does not look like it.
If he does Flying Bomb root out, he's at 1 health. And that's the 1 damage that Head missed last turn. And if TB is able to come back into this game because of that, that will be very, very unfortunate for Head. However, it might be this Type 94 that wins him the game because this will mean Schwalbe is not enough to stay alive.
Yeah, I don't know that there is anything.
He can Comet and Mare Nostrum to kill the Type 94 to live another turn.
And then it's just going to come down to can Head top deck something that could finish the game out.
He's going for the case yellow, looking for a guard or another lion for a day. He doesn't find it.
Case yellow.
And he's just going to try to pretend like he has decisive defense, but Head's going to attack it into the HQ even if it is decisive defense. So TB is just dead.
And that is game 3.
And
Head. 1 win away from 3rd place.
That was quite a strange game. Just the way that it played out, it looked like TB was in such a dominant position, and maybe he just misevaluated, played one turn a little too slowly, didn't adequately respond to the pressure Head was putting out, and then Will Disguise Empire strikes, and suddenly Head is setting up a 2-turn lethal.
Well, I think you called it out when you said that, root out is great this turn. Root out is not going to be so hot when Rule of Skies comes down and buffs all these by 1, and that's exactly the problem that TB faced at that point. Dropping the root out would have essentially cleared the board, I believe, and put him in a very different situation.
Yeah, and I think the reason he likely didn't go for that root out is he had his own JU on the board pinned at 1 health. So from his perspective, he's probably thinking, well, I don't want to sacrifice my own JU. I want my opponent to expend their resources into killing it. And I mean, that mentality, unfortunately, led to him losing that game. However, we're going into game 4. It's going to be German Italy control versus Soviet German discard. Strap in. This is likely going to be another long one. We just saw this matchup, and it went the favor of German control. However, there's some important deck differences. TB does not have King Tiger. TB does not run 3 copies of the 7th Alpini.
That was a big part of, Vinny's ability to win that game, was simply the fact that he had so much value left in his deck that he was able to push forward with. And Head just couldn't respond to it. But I think we're going to see probably a slightly different scenario here where Head might be slightly more aggressive in this matchup, and TB is going to be the one who has to kind of ward off that pressure.
And especially with these hands looking the way that they are, Head has quite a few units. TB's hand is entirely orders now, and TB might just go for the flying bomb to take out the Petlyakov now. You do really want to save it for the stage 3, the U-boat, to discard 2 cards, but I think TB adequately reading that scenario and going for just playing it for removal, fighting for board.
Well, you have to, sometimes you do have to give up, especially I feel like in a mirror like this, you have to, or not a mirror, but this kind of similar matchup where you have to maximize every play, and sometimes you will have to deviate ever so slightly from your game plan to do that.
Yeah,
that Sudden Strike Mare Nostrum must feel really good on TB side though.
And this is actually going to be quite big because Head's likely just going to play the Armored Train, and now TB can answer with the Admiral Hipper and Hit Face again for 6, and that's putting on the pressure. Head's deck doesn't have a ton of healing. And TB is playing a little bit risky because Sunstrike is one of those cards that you do like to just keep around in your hand and wait for your opponent to discard them. So playing out the Sudden Strike on a unit he could have otherwise just traded with, it's a very, very aggressive line. And Annihilation. Yeah, right on time.
Hits one of the case yellows. Head does not care. He has 3 of them, which I'm sure he is not happy about.
Yep.
And it's real slow.
And I saw a lot of people when Case Yellow was announced saying, well, why would you run this over Wolfpack? It's the dealing 1 damage, the +1 attack. These are minor effects that won't really matter. But we saw that 1 damage and the 1 attack was the difference between TB having a 6/3 unit that heals a 6 every turn or not having it.
Oh, absolutely. It's been used a few times today where that 1 extra damage has made a difference. I think it's one of those scenarios, right, where it's such a niche use case that seeing it in the list, you're like, yeah, it's probably just not as good. And then you see it in action and go, wait a second, this actually makes a difference. And we're just gonna see another Mare Nostrum. My gosh.
And I mean, Mare Nostrum is another one of those cards that you're usually pretty fine just keeping in your hand, having them discarded. But the reason he's doing this is because it stops the T34 from being able to trade out the Panther G on the following turn. So now Head is suddenly looking a little bit worried. TB's hand is actually looking very aggressive. He has the Leopold, which can bounce back all of these guards and essentially give TB a massive tempo swing. He has the Comet for pressuring face if he's able to remove all of these guards. Jägerbomber, again, is able to remove another guard on the following turn, and he has the Case Yellow for just a little bit more damage. And Bryansk Mild, in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty low impact card, but facing down this current board, you definitely would not mind having an extra Bryansk in your hand right about now.
Yes, exactly. It's one of those things where, yeah, it might not be the most vital of cards, but in this matchup, you definitely want all the help you can get in protecting that HQ. I mean, Head's gonna have the opportunity here to reestablish some guards that TB's still gonna have to fight through, but it's a big artillery sitting in the back there, ready to pick some of that off.
And JU, another draw. At this point, TB is just sitting there crossing his fingers and hoping that there's no partisans in Head's hand.
Gosh. Forgot about that.
And it's only a single copy, and that is, I mean, when you're building a Soviet control deck, they are honestly probably one of the hardest decks in the game to build because there's so many cards you want in the deck, and you have to make a cut somewhere, and Head made the cut of running only one copy of partisans, and that might be good into some matchups, but this is one of those matchups where you certainly would like to have your partisans right about now. Annihilation does something, but it's not really going to be able to do enough.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's still helpful, but not based on what you're going up against. You need to find a way around. And TB's at 46 health on the HQ right now.
And this is just lethal with Case Yellow. And almost to just underline that point. Yeah, draws a second Case Yellow. And that's game. TB winning in 12 turns. A matchup that went to fatigue almost the last time we saw it. So that just shows play style and the hands you get, how you play them, have a very large impact. And this is going to game 5. This is going to be the first game 5 of the day.
Yeah, really incredible here. And I mean, Head's Soviet controlled discard deck has not had any luck today. So how do you think it's going to fare against TB's last deck, the US frontline deck?
I think that I would give this slightly in favor of TB, specifically because Head does not run Scorched Earth. So Scorched Earth is another one of those cards that you want to fit into every Soviet control deck you build, but you have to make sacrifices somewhere. And I mean, Head is going to have to look for some very big swing turns with a Root Out, potentially Winter Warfare ISU if the game goes late enough. But TB, if he's able to find Sherman, or if he's able to just have a very strong presence in the front line early on, and he can easily close out a game very quickly with Blitzkrieg. And that is looking like a very strong hand from TB, especially because the Skytrain, there is almost nothing in Head's deck that will answer that Skytrain.
Well, it's funny you mentioned literally on cue about how TB needs to get into that front line and draws. I mean, I don't think you can ask for much of a better hand than that.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh no. It seems like there was some sort of bug that kind of, I guess, froze the game up, and they've got to restart the match, which, depending on what TB draws, could be a bit of a moral kick to the teeth, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, if you're TB and you get basically an equivalent hand, I don't think it bothers you that much because you didn't get a look into Head's hand, and Head, not knowing what TB had, was probably fine with that hand and is also probably fine with getting an opportunity to get another mulligan. But yeah, if TB gets back a unfortunate hand, that could play a big part into potentially damaging his mental in this last game.
And like you said, this one's going to come down to TB having that more aggressive move, trying to get to the front line. trying to control that and activate those abilities that do take advantage of the front line. So it's going to come down, I think, to a certain degree, exactly what Head is able to pull, because, TB's list can also go more aggressive, and that does put pressure on the control side if they aren't able to, draw the answers that they need.
Yeah, TB, there is two ways TB can play this, and it will depend greatly on the way he draws his deck. Is you can try to just end out the game as quickly as possible, go very aggressive, and try to get a blitzkrieg to stop the healing and sort of get in before they discard your entire hand. The other way is sort of playing much slower, going for your Shermans to draw through your entire deck, and then just getting little tempo plays with half tracks in the later game to bounce back cards like 272nd, and then we can do it to allow you to make some value trades to just sort of grind out a win, pushing through the discard, pushing through the guards over time. And you really have to pick one of those two, because it's difficult to go a middle path, because if you don't put enough pressure on, but you are wasting cards in your hand to pressure board, your opponent can just get a big tempo turn with a Root Out or a Winter Warfare and then discard you out.
That's got to already feel better, a little bit better for Head, right? With the Sudden Strike, with the 845th. And that feels awful for TB.
And that is just absolutely brutal. The first rifles, the 845th again for Head. Head's hand is looking almost exactly what you want it to be. And TB's hand is looking the exact opposite. These are 4 cards you would never want in your hand in this situation. And he's going first again against discard, which is already not what he wants.
Yeah, this might be the uphill battle we were just talking about if TB can't top deck something that at least allows him to gain some momentum here.
And I'm not sure if Head is thinking about any of these cards. Maybe he's just waiting out to see what his opponent's playing, and he gets back a Petliakov and a second Sudden Strike. And
it only gets better.
I mean, this is just... this is essentially like game over almost now. I mean, I never like to say it's game over, because Cards is a game where you have so much comeback potential, but Frontline is one of those decks that lacks quite a lot of comeback potential. It's a very sort of straightforward to the point deck, and if you don't get the Frontline and you start getting discarded, your deck falls apart, because you need units to draw with Shermans, you need units to get buffed by We Can Do It, to get buffed by Blitzkrieg, and TB is just lacking that.
TB's only ability to draw requires him to have the front line, correct? It's only the Shermans in the list?
Yeah, these We Can Do It will cycle a card, but I mean, that's not really going to do a lot. And also, if this Petliakov gets on board, TB's only way of killing Petliakov is essentially with units. He has strategic bombing and dive bombing combined to take it out, but his entire deck revolves around deployment effects, whether it's Shermans, half tracks, 30 seconds, 5th Rangers, and this Petliakov just shuts all of them down instantly. And Head has his choice of guards to protect that Petliakov.
I mean, all things considered, TB is drawing cards that are at least usable given this scenario. They don't feel great, but they can be used. So that's going to help him a little bit here.
Yeah, I think potentially if Head plays the Petliakov too quickly and TB is able to remove it, that we could see TB using these 2 We Can Do It he has in hand to sort of get favorable trades against these more straightforward units in the head, or in the hand of Head, sorry. But I mean, Head also can just play first rifles this turn. Looks like he's going to Sudden Strike the PIR to stop a potential drawing with Sherman. And I mean, from Head's point of view, he has no idea what's in TB's hand, so he can just trade out the whole board if he wants. I mean, trading out the whole board in this situation as head with Wolfpack in hand, Annihilation's coming up, looks pretty good.
Yeah, keep things, and you're gonna have your guard survive as well. You're gonna heal up a little bit. Oh, right, couldn't make the trade there because you just didn't have enough credits. And on the way back, TB is just, I guess, cycling at this point. Just give me some cards.
Yeah, and buffing the health on this Whirlwind is relevant. It keeps it on the board. You see 2 Sudden Strikes coming out from head. I'm not a fan of playing the second Sudden Strike personally. But I mean, I think TB was playing, we can do it essentially regardless of whether he had the units or not on board. Patrol is a very powerful card against head's deck. The Soviets have a insane number of powerful destruction effects, whether it's First Rifles, T-60, Bryansk, and of course the 272nd. Plus just removing guard to be able to reach this Petliakov could be very, very useful.
Not if he plays it right. Now.
Yeah, I mean, from TB's perspective,
you're playing a bit in panic mode at this point if you're TB, right? You're trying to do everything you can to try and put yourself in a good scenario, knowing that head's going to have answers and you do not have an ideal hand.
Yeah, if you're TB, you can't play like your opponent has Petliakov and First Rifles in their hand, because if they do, you're probably going to lose regardless, so you need to play to win. And at this point, playing to win looks like not playing it, but he chooses to go for the second we can do it, and I quite like this because it's keeping the patrol alive. We might see head play with the Petliakov now, and this Whirlwind continues to pose quite an annoying threat.
I mean, it's one of those annoying threats that just kind of sits there. It can do some damage, but it's blocking up that front line, which I imagine head knows at a certain point, like I need to get there. I need to get them off of that. I mean, the Annihilation will do that next turn if need be, including a discard, which if it hits the right thing could be painful for TB.
Yeah, and there's head wants to play the Petliakov to stop a potential Sherman. He might instead take the front line, or he could take the front line and play Petliakov. TB really wants a Hellcat this turn. And that is not it, which means TB almost certainly going to play Patrol on this T-60, but that will mean that the Petliakov is going to get protected by First Rifles on the following turn.
TB could then, I mean, the opportunity to half-track the guard out of the way, if you can get something, if you can get the Rangers up there.
However, this Petliakov will stop the 5th Rangers from...
That's a deploy effect.
Yep, and it will stop the half-track. And
oh, yeah, right. All the things that I want to do is exactly why the Petliakov's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, and if you play 5th Rangers into Petliakov, not only can you not play it as an 8/8, you also can't reduce the operation cost. It will play as a 4-cost 4/4 with 4 operation cost.
Oh boy. Okay. So yeah, important. Got it. So you just dropped the guard here.
Yeah, and
now you're laughing.
Yeah, I believe there's only 1 patrol in TB's deck. And Hellcat 1 turn too late.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's just nothing really you can do as TB. You can push up Hellcat and Blitzkrieg to fully remove this First Rifles. And then you still need to draw another Blitz tank on the following turn to kill this Petliakov. And then after that, you would still need to draw into Shermans. And that's assuming your opponent doesn't discard any of the cards in your hand. And your opponent has 2 Annihilations and a Wolfpack. So
I mean, it's not over yet, but definitely doesn't feel good. So
he can dive bombing to keep the Red Devils alive. Head can just Annihilation if he really wants. He can also Wolfpack and trade. I'd probably lean towards Wolfpack and trade myself.
And again, TB having very few resources to work with, ones that he probably doesn't really want to play anyway with the Petlikov in play. And the Wolfpack actually is going to be very, very painful. Because, you drop the 4th Rangers as a very sad 4 operation, cost 4/4.
And
another Wolfpack.
I mean, yeah, you could just Annihilation it. You should play Heroes of the Soviet because he can potentially get another First Rifles or Armored Train. And that's Armored Train. And that means that this Petlikov, this is strategic bombing will kill it. But I mean,
too little, too late.
Yeah, TB needs to draw a US unit that sticks, and then he needs to draw a Sherman on the following turn. And even then, Head has 2 discards in hand, and this turn he can just play 2 72nd. And I think that is a very strange mistake from Head. There's playing the Wolfpack there doesn't it gives you 1 card essentially. However, there's no single card in TB's deck. I mean, I guess half track, but if he half tracks, you can just root out and then Wolfpack, or you can Armored Train and Wolfpack, root out Armored Train. I mean, it feels like he essentially just deleted a Wolfpack from his hand for no reason.
It just seems strange that there was no follow-up play to it, right? Like, I can understand I want to stop TV from playing something because I want whatever I drop to survive or not have to deal with it. But just to play it just felt like, let's skip a turn. And let's skip a turn, and I'm going to throw away a Wolfpack while we're at it.
Yeah, because if he had 10 credits, he could do Wolfpack Armored Train, and then on the following turn get Armored Train to the front line to try to lock it out for the future turns. But yeah, odd play, but I mean, it's impossible really for TB to come back from this situation. I mean, I don't like saying things are impossible, but this is really just impossible. He's played the only 2 cards in his deck that draw cards without control of the front line, and maybe if he had US Research and he could go for nukes, or he had Seaborne Invasion to try to take the front line in a big tempo swing, but those cards aren't in his deck. His deck is a bit more aggressive than that, and this is the downside of building a more aggressive deck. Is it is just incredibly weak to these controlling options, and with a very weak opening hand, there's nothing much he could have done differently.
No, and that is game. Head will be taken 3rd place home. TB unfortunately finishing 4th. Not through any fault of his own, because definitely put the work in there to try and make a series out of it. But like you said, Jking, that restart on game 5, just a bit heartbreaking looking back at it. But that is the game. Unfortunately, these things do happen, and you can't control it, so you just have to make the most out of it. Yeah,
we saw Head get the shorter end of that stick in a set against Vinny with that bug that caused them to have to restart in game 1. And I mean, it's a card game, you're going to have bugs. And I mean, I think TB is a good sport. I know he will accept that. And I think he should really look back on this tournament with way more pride than just maybe the score would suggest. He shouldn't think of, I lost twice in a row and got 4th again. He should think, I went to game 5 against the player who got 2nd in the World Championship. I could have won if things were slightly differently. Yeah, I mean.
And you nailed it as well when you said, last time around he came in and kind of went 0-6 and sort of took the sad way out. This was a hard-fought battle the whole way through. So definitely from an improvement level, you've got a player who showed that, hey, I can hang with these folks. So I definitely look forward to seeing TB's next venture into the tourney scene, because I'm sure he will continue to improve and continue to perform well over this next little while. So there we have it. We've got our 3rd place. We've got our 4th place, but we are going to crown a Cards Open 15 champion in just a moment. Gonna take a little quick break, and then we will have our finals for you. We are going to have Vinny taking on Tiger for all the marbles after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the grand finals of KARDS Open 15. I am joined by Jking and Spooz to call the action for this finals. We've got Vinny taking on Tiger. Before we get into the match, let's take a quick look at the bracket, show you how everybody got to where they are today. So as you see, we just had our bronze match. We had Head defeat TV in a hard-fought 3-2 series. We got Vinny, who defeated Head in the semifinals, Tiger defeating TV in the other, both of those going to a 3-1 margin. You've seen their path. You've seen how they've gotten to these finals. The winner taking home $600 US, $450 for second place. So a lot on the line here. If you did miss some of the earlier matches and did not see a full breakdown of the deck, you can always check out the breakdowns on the pre-show. The War Room takes place about 30 minutes before the main event. But let's get you all familiar with these lists just one more time. Jking, can you take us through exactly what Tiger is bringing here for these finals?
All right, so once again, Tiger is the only player in this tournament bringing self-damage, Soviet Italy self-damage, with the only Italian cards being the Mare Nostrum. Then his Britain deck is Britain, Japan, Air. Pretty standard deck itself. However, it is interestingly not running the 2-cost Aichi, the one that was recently changed, and it's only running 2 air superiority, with a few more later game units like the Mosquito and 2 copies of Wrath Lightning. Then his most interesting deck is the US-Soviet mid-range deck with 3 copies of Winter Warfare, 4 copies of Bloody Sickle, 4 copies of 456th Rifle Regiment, and a single counteroffensive to round out the Soviet cards. This is most likely trying to hard target Jagro, and it's going to be decent into US mid-range because of all of these Sickles and Winter Warfares, although lacking the 34th guides from self-damage, it is going to be weaker in that sense. However, it of course has all of the US mid-range cards to round it out. And then last but not least, he has Japan, Britain, Air. We've seen Tiger especially. A lot of other players have started picking up this deck as well, but Tiger has been on this Japan, Britain, Air for several months now. He seems to really like this deck, and it brings something a little bit different to the table. It has a few more later game units with these zeros, and it's more of a board-based deck insofar as it's a lot more unit heavy. There's not as many close air supports, and of course you're missing Monty, you're missing Shelling, and you have the Japan elites of Bonsai, Shiden, Bombing Raid, Desperate Measures, Audacity, with great synergy with the Aichi coming in to round out that deck.
Right on. You mentioned the US-Soviet mid-range list is kind of there to crush aggro. We see, or Jagro specifically, we see Vinny's list. No Jagro to be found. There is a bit of a US-Germany frontline list, but let's have Spooz kind of run us through exactly what Vinny's got here today.
Yeah, Vinny bringing Soviet Britain today, and we just saw in his previous match how it just crushed that Japan Britain deck, so maybe we found the better second best Brit Air deck today. Or not Brit Air, but yeah, any air deck that is not Brit Air deck. Very successful, very heavily relying on the Blood Red Sky, but if you find it early on and combine with the Night Witches, a really, really strong deck that can burst out a lot of damage. Then we have German Italy control with the newly introduced Case Yellow. Yeah, very heavy control deck, or control heavy deck, with good removal, good guards, a lot of potential to heal later on, and a good amount of hand control of your opponent. Then we also have Brit Japan Air. Compared to Tiger, Vinny is bringing the new Aichi, and we just saw in the previous matches how strong this card can be in several situations if your opponent is not having the proper answers to it. And the final deck is US-German mid-range, and Vinny just decided to sneak in 1 Rally into his deck and 1 BF-109 Tropical. Maybe that Tropical is just there to have a better, one more option against Brit Air to stop the bombers going face. And also, if you can deploy it as a 6/6, it's a big threat for your opponent that he has to take care of.
Absolutely. We've seen Vinny fare pretty well against the airless in the past, deciding not to ban Brit Air. Actually went ahead and banned the US mid-range list. So in this scenario, you know, you've got Vinny. I'm just looking at the lists here. There's a US Soviet mid-range, but there's the 2 airless that Tiger's bringing. Do you think he looks at banning the Soviet self-damage or that US mid-range on Tiger's side of things?
I think if I were Vinny, I would lean towards banning the self-damage. Not necessarily because it's particularly strong into your decks. It's strong into the US German mid-range. But against the others, it's all right. But just because I think you're comfortable going into air with your lineup, if you're Vinny, he seems to have tacked specifically into air. You see Sky Barons in his German control deck, which just to add a little bit more anti-air. Into that, we see he is running the Stars and Stripes in his US German mid-range. So I think he's comfortable against air. So it comes down to, do you want to ban a self-damage, which is a tried and true tested deck, or do you want to ban this US Soviet deck, which looks a little odd? However, it did get a win against TB, but how convincing was that win? If I'm Vinny, I'm just banning the self-damage deck. You've seen how strong it can pop off, really. And I think looking at, even in that game that Tiger won, I still think that deck raises a lot of questions on just how strong is it compared to these other decks in this tournament.
So Spooz, what on the other side of things? If Vinny's looking at this going, yeah, I probably don't want to deal with that Soviet self-damage, since we got some questions around the US Soviet, we feel good about the air side. What's Tiger looking at in Vinny's lineup and saying, hey, I want to get this out of the way? Are we just saying I don't really want to deal with control again?
Yeah, maybe, but we also thought just US Germany being a popular ban here, because it's just generally good in almost every matchup, and if you're not too afraid to just lose to the German Italy list, this could be a good option as well to just target with a ban. I personally, I think I would go with that German Italy for the ban, because I just don't like to play against it. There's so much stuff to remove your units on board, and then additionally with the discard, it can be very annoying to just deal with it.
All right, let's take a look. We do have the ban, so let's bring them up here and see how we did. We have Tiger's Brit Air getting banned and Vinny's Brit Air getting banned. In a series of events where we've gone through this entire tournament, or this top 4, and we haven't really seen a lot of the just straight up ban Brit Air. It's interesting we get to the finals and this is the result.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. I suspect from Vinny's perspective, it's just that he feels his decks are just so good into Tiger's self-damage and US Soviet deck that he's just fine banning air, because even if you're trying to counter air, it's just an all-right deck to play against. It's all right a deck to play against somebody trying to hard counter it, because it is air. It's just going to find ways to win games that it has no business winning. So just getting that off the table and being more comfortable going against maybe just self-damage.
Kind of a scenario where I actually feel really good against all of these decks. I'm just going to pick the strongest one.
Yeah, I think that really shows Vinny is feeling confident in this set.
Double 34s in the starting hand from Tiger here, but unfortunately no card to just do the self-damage. Other than the Yak, but it's...
And we'll see if Tiger takes the risk of playing the Yak. I've seen Tiger take quite a few risks before. He's been playing in KARDS tournaments for a very long time, and in general, I would evaluate him as one of the more risk-taking players. But we see Vinny does have the careless talk here, so if Tiger chooses to play Yak, he will get punished. And thankfully for him, he chooses to play the T80, which dies to the careless talk. However, that is still going to reduce the cost of these 34th guards in hand.
So we expect the Yak coming on the board next turn, or is he deploying 456 maybe just to play around another countermeasure here?
Well, we'll see if Vinny spends his credits. He is choosing to upgrade that research, which is quite interesting, because there is these units from Tiger can pose quite a big threat, whether it is this Yak in this case, which Vinny does not have a way to kill anymore, which guarantees draws a card. It is going to reduce the cost of these 34th guards again. Or it's more T80s, a buffed up 456th. I think maybe upgrading that research was a little bit too bold from Vinny, assuming that he has more time and more resources than maybe he actually does before Tiger's self-damage deck will get online.
Yeah, and also Vinny not having any other good removal if these big 34th guards might be rolling in soon. He's not having a Lion 4-day. He's not having any other good removal. Sure, he has a bunch of guards in hand. But how good will this be against two 34th guards here?
And Tiger finds his 5-year plan, which is going to be very, very big, because this is likely going to be a game that's going to go a little bit longer than most of Self-Damage's matchups. And having that 5-year plan to just sort of reset his hand and try to put on the gas again. And Vinny essentially just, I mean, he holds up 2 countermeasures, but Tiger doesn't have to play a unit if he doesn't want to. He can just push up these 2 34th guides, and he's likely not going to play, or he's likely not going to attack with the Yak, since he is happy to just keep that growing. I mean, maybe he plays a T80, maybe he plays a OT. The OT will survive Careless Talk, but he might be thinking that it could be a From the Deep as well.
Sure. Decides to go for the T80 here. And Tiger also having Mon Nostrum is pretty strong, because he could just... Okay.
Maybe Vinny goes for a synthetic oil here to try to get out 2 7th Alpinis, but he decides no, he just wants to get the guard on board right away. But this is, it's going to heal him 4, and it's going to absorb one of the attacks from the 34th guards, but I mean, it's just going to get removed, and then he's able to push 6 damage through with the other 34th, 8 if he wants to attack with the Yak. Although he's going to choose to just play out one of these OTs, and I mean, that can threaten a lot of damage. I mean, this is just lethal on board. Now, of course, Vinny is going to be playing either the 7th Alpini, or in this case, he's going to decide to remove the buffed 34th guards and then hold up a decisive defense, which is going to absorb the attack of the other 34th guards.
But then there's still the OT34, which deals double damage to HQs. So if there's any chance that this is going to hit the HQ, that's a lot of damage additionally, even if there's a decisive defense waiting in Vinny's hand. So Tiger's not playing counter-offensive and stuff like that, is he?
I believe there is...
but I just one copy of it.
Yes, there's 1 copy of counter-offensive, 2 copies of Ura, however, which, I mean, if he's able to find, that's going to be pushing quite a bit of damage, and he chooses to sacrifice the Yak, use the red Dawn, and push 12 damage to face, and now Vinny's sitting at 5. He's going to look for... I don't know what he's going to look for, because even if he finds the Egg Bomber, he's dead anyways. He's going to play out the 7th Alpini, and this is not quite lethal.
Not yet.
He has... I believe if he goes for the Winter Warfare, he will have a 50-50 with Katyusha for lethal.
Yeah. Goes to 9, then at OT 34 brings him back to 3, Winter Warfare 2, and then there's the 50-50 with the Katyusha. I'm not sure if you want to take that risk there, or just deploy another OT 34.
It's certainly not a risk you need to take.
No.
And yeah, your opponent's still a turn off of decides actually to trade in the OT, keep the 6/6. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of this, because this 6/6 is more vulnerable to a card like Lion for a Day. Whereas
Yeah,
if
but
you had attacked with it, you would have kept both units.
Yeah, 34s, on the other hand, is just resistant to Annihilation. So I think there are arguments for both. But doesn't matter in the end. Tiger winning game number 1 here, and this double 34s, and maybe that slight mistake at the beginning where Vinny let this Yak on the board was not the correct play there. Advancing the research into the wrong direction, maybe.
Yeah, we saw he advanced research on turn 3 and never touched it again for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, with your opponent running 2 OTs, 2 SUs, 2 Petliakovs, I think it's a pretty big mistake to just think you're safe in that situation because there's not any units currently on the board.
Yeah, and it turned out it was the only way for Tiger at this point to reduce the cost on the 34s. Sure, he top decked something else, but from there on the snowball began, and yeah, Vinny could not really recover from that one. Let's hope he's doing better in match number 2 here against US-German frontline from Tiger. He sticks with the German-Italy control.
And I think Tiger's best shot at winning this game is getting a big board with We Can Do It and the medical battalion to just continuously heal up his units and set up like that, because with this Soviet ally, he is lacking a bit of the burst potential. He is lacking a bit of the burn potential from hand. So he's going to have to rely more on the board with less units in his deck.
Found double 456 and 1 Winter Warfare. But yeah, that hand is not looking that good at this point.
Yeah, Vinny finding 2 rootouts, those cards are going to be incredibly powerful against this frontline deck. And from Tiger's point of view, you probably just play out another 456th. Maybe he's thinking about just playing Hellcat, since there's not a large number of ways to kill it while on board, but
only the research, right? And I can't imagine any other unit or order in Vinny's deck that could instantly deal with the Hellcat on turn 3. Vinny just passing, not really having any good options, not even deploying the Flampanzer, keeping it for later threats there, a Greyhound, for example.
However, one of the great strengths of this German control deck is if you just have a bad hand and you have to pass early in the game, your opponent just thinks you're holding up a countermeasure.
That's true, yeah.
And Tiger bites the bullet, plays 5th Rangers, and we see there's no there's no careless talks. This 4/4 is going to get to the front line and stick there. And Vinny has to use out of root out, definitely not in the way he would have hoped. And we see the medical battalion draw it. Because root out is it's not dealing 2 damage to the units, it's reducing their health. So they will not get healed back by the medical battalion. However, this is a very key card for Vinny.
At least it's giving them +1 health, which is also not too bad here. It's just early damage in, but second root out has to come here from Vinny. Keeping the medical alive, so that Greyhound can potentially touch phase. Can also be a Hellcat here. Now we're both playing around the countermeasure. There comes the Hellcat. Now where both root outs are out, there are less options now for Vinny to remove that one. Good top deck there.
Yep, going for the Mare Nostrum and the 989, get the healing in now, because he knows if he just plays the 7th Alpini, which plays on curve slightly better, he knows he can just not immediately lose to the half track, but the half track is suddenly going to drop him down to 5 health and staring down a much scarier board in a much worse position.
There comes the Winter Warfare, getting rid of that. There's a 3 attack howitzer sitting in Tiger's support line now. And Vinny, what can you do here? Is he going to annihilate, leave your opponent with 1 card in hand?
Yeah, I think it doesn't feel great, but I think Annihilation is the correct play because, again, Salmon Alpini or JU could get punished very hard, and the Flam Panzer doesn't do a lot on its own. And that was really Tiger's opportunity to play a Wolf Pack, or sorry, not a Wolf Pack, a Sherman. And unfortunately, Tiger just doesn't find one, and Vinny discards the second half track. He has one more turn to find it.
There's a Hellcat. No way to give that 456 guard ability, so that Hellcat is vulnerable to the 989s. You just play the 7th Alpini here because you know your opponent is only having one card next turn in the hand?
I think it's a safer play to play 989 and Flam Panzer to remove the 2 US units. You leave your opponent on with a 1-3 in the front line that can attack face, but it stops Sherman draws, and counter-offensive's only 3 damage.
Yeah, and since both Hellcats are already out, you also don't have to be afraid of that one. Winter Warfare top deck, not really what Tiger wants to find here.
Yeah, he would have much rather find a Bloody Sickle. I mean, Winter Warfare will let him kill the 989 Flam Panzer with the 456th, but again, we spoke about it in TB's final game against Head. These US frontline decks really do not have a great way to come back if they're empty-handed or if they lose control of the front line.
Strat bombing top deck for Tiger. Let's go. Ah, I think that would have been his only out, but because now, I mean, he might have one more turn.
Yep, this is one of those situations where Case Yellow works out a little bit worse than
Wolfpack, yeah.
Yeah, Wolfpack, because if it was Wolfpack, he could guarantee get the healing in from 7th Alpini, and this game would be as good as done. However, in this situation, we'll give Tiger one more draw to find the strategic bomb in.
Strat bomb or lose. That's Tiger's out here, but just found the Red Devils. Knows that there's no way out of this now. And we have a 1-1 suddenly.
And I want to take this opportunity between games to just talk about the history of these two players. They have each played in 9 OCC top 8 tournaments, and they have each played in over 3 open top 16s as well. They've played in over a dozen official KARDS tournaments. They've both played in several world championship runs, and they've placed top. They've placed second, they've placed third, they've placed fourth. They're consistently there. They're very consistent, well-known and recognized players, but neither of them have ever won an official tournament before. And today, that is going to change. One of these players will win. And I checked their history against each other. They have, despite both playing in so many tournaments, as far as I'm aware, they have only played each other once before in the entirety of KARDS Esports, and it was in the KARDS Open 8 from September 2021. They played in the first round of top 16 where Tiger won. So that's not a lot of data to go on here about who will win, but whoever will win, it will be a very big moment in their KARDS career.
Very cool data there, honestly. Just like the walking KARDS knowledge in person. Jking7, great. Really impressing. But yeah, good to know. I mean, 12 top 16s or later stages of a tournament. That's really impressive. And also good that one of these guys will just break their negative series, if to say, of not winning a tournament and be successful in the KARDS Open here today. So a lot on the line here for both of them. Who's going to be the winner? 1-1 so far, so still anything possible. And Tiger with, kind of awkward starting hand, but Vinny also not really what he wants to have in their starting hand. Did you see that Vinny just kept Stars and Stripes in the starting hand?
I think this must have something to do with the howitzers. He's afraid of the howitzers and thinks that there's a decent chance Tiger will be keeping these in the support line, and we're seeing that that's kind of looking to be true. However, I expect Tiger here to just trade 5th Rangers. I mean, he could potentially go for a half-track, but that is a little riskier. I mean, Stars and Stripes is never a bad card to have, especially if you're going first in this matchup, because if you are able to control the front line, it means your opponent will be stuck in their support line, which means cards like Stars and Stripes will have a massive effect if your opponent just tries to flood the board into their support line to fight for control. However, with the way the rest of his hand panned out, it didn't really work out that way, but now he's taking control of this game, choosing to actually leave the artillery alive.
Yeah, reasonable choice there, because with any Winter Warfare or any Bloody Sickle, that guard is just growing and growing and maybe can get more value than it did right now. And that howitzer is currently just 1 damage and not really any chance for Tiger to give it additional damage right now, because that Greyhound needs to be in the front line to have any influence on the attack. So kind of reasonable choice there. And Vinny finding the German on top of the deck, really important. Deciding to play that over playing the strat bombing to get rid of the howitzer, just to get that draw in before it's too late. Because this deck is really, or both decks are really relying on having the front line and then get the Sherman draw out of the situation there.
Yeah. And so far in this game, Tiger has really been on the back foot. Vinny is in quite a commanding position here, with both these strategic bombing and this Stars and Stripes going to be coming in pretty strong in the next couple turns. And I think it would be easy for somebody to watch this and just say, oh, well, Vinny went first in a frontline mirror. That's something a lot of people like to bring up is, oh, if you go first in the frontline mirror, it's as good as 1. But we saw Vinny didn't have any 1-drops. It was a pretty slow start. But it's the difference of the decks. Tiger's 456 are not having a large impact on this game. This howitzer hasn't been having an impact on this game, compared to Vinny's 35T plus 99th infantry for a huge tempo swing.
Yeah,
So
that really made a difference there. That really gave him the chance to just solidify the front line, making Tiger spend more stuff into this, and then being able to drop the Sherman and even increase your lead here. So really good for Vinny that he had access to the 99s there. And it feels a little bit like if Tiger's deck is not finding the correct combo pieces, like the 456 combined with any self-damage, it feels like you're just falling so much behind against this aggressive US-German list here.
Yeah, exactly. And something I'd like to highlight about Vinny's play is we saw this as well against Head in his semifinal match. Vinny really likes to hold on to these strategic bombing and these Stars and Stripes until essentially like the best possible situation, I suppose. I mean, last turn, Vinny could have just played strategic bombing. It would have killed 2 units, set his opponent back a credit, but it would have left the front line open, and he knows he can just trade out the 456 with the Sherman, develop the Skytrain, and this howitzer's not much of a threat. It's just going to stick in the support line and will die to a Stars and Stripes or a strategic bombing in the future.
This time, for Vinny, good outcome there of the Skytrain. The 109s makes it possible that Wilberwind can trade the howitzer away now. And Skytrain just being redeployed. What is he getting this time? Another very good infantry out of that one. So I think TB is really jealous of what Vinny is pulling out of the Skytrain here.
That's a pretty good draw for Tiger. He can develop the Skytrain, clear the front line, and kill Vinny's Skytrain. Of course, he's still very far behind. I mean, his alternate choice would be getting 101st to the front line, which looks fine. However, I mean, Vinny will be able to respond with half-track and strategic bombing, which will really punish that play if that's what Tiger chooses to go for.
Choosing to go for the 101st. with ambush. Really not too easy to get rid of for Vinny here. I mean, could just
Can half track it and then play We Can Do It and push a 3-4 30-second to the front line. Probably what we're gonna see. And I mean, yeah, we're seeing Vinny use the same cards that are in Tiger's deck to much greater success. However, that's again not necessarily due to Vinny having gone first or Vinny getting luckier with his draws, or even necessarily because of any mistakes Tiger has made. It's really coming down to the deck. It's on the turns Vinny is not playing just the core US cards like Skytrains, the We Can Do It's, the Fifth Rangers. On the turns where he's playing the German cards, they're just having a much larger impact on the game than the Soviet cards from Tiger.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned earlier, the 456 as a guard, sure, if you find the right snowball, they can grow pretty insanely high. But as we just saw from Tiger, if you don't find the combo pieces, they're just the 1/3 that is sitting there on the board, getting easily killed. And yeah, the German cards are just providing way more pressure here on Winnie's side. Plus, additionally, you have access to stuff like Blitzkrieg that can just close out a game very fast if you have a few units in the front line. So actually, I prefer. I kind of appreciate the authority from Tiger, but I'm really convinced that the German ally is way stronger than the Soviet one.
And this is one of the risks of, one of the risks of bringing a deck like this to a tournament is maybe you're trying to target something specific, but we see Vinny didn't bring Jagro. If that's exactly what Tiger was trying to target, and this US-Soviet deck is struggling, and one bad deck. I mean, in Conquest format, your lineup is as good as your worst deck, and in this case, it's really looking like this is Tiger's worst deck. So we're gonna see. I find it incredibly unlikely he can come back in this game, but he will, of course. This is a best of 5, so he will have another opportunity.
And he will be up against the Soviet Brit Air in the third match if he loses that one. Should be a little bit better maybe than this matchup, depending on what card he finds. But still, he's not having access to 35 Ts to get rid of Polycarpovs and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see if he just switches decks here or if he just sticks with it. I mean, at some point he has to win with it. And there comes a big ouchie Stars and Stripes, removing all the stuff that Tiger just developed there. And 4 units in the front line. I mean, he has 2 Hellcats, but no chance to ever get to the front line soon here.
Yeah, he can take out combat engineers. He can even kill the Skytrain while keeping his Hellcats alive. But this strategic bombing Vinny has been holding on to for, I mean, really since turn 6, turn 7. He's had good opportunities to play it. I suspect we will finally see it next turn. And Tiger actually choosing not to kill the Skytrain, just going to trade out 2 units. Maybe playing around strategic bombing. Maybe he's just planning on, I need to draw 5th Rangers to come back in this game at all. And if I'm drawing 5th Rangers, I'm making it an 8-8. And if I have an 8-8, I would rather attack it into a 1-7 than have to deal with 2 different smaller targets.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, more Shermans from Vinny. Gets his first Jasko. We've seen a Jasko from Tiger. A lot of Jaskos in this tournament.
A lot of Jaskos, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be Vinny going up 2-1.
He's 1 win away now from his first official tournament win in cards. Can he do it with his Soviet Britain air list that we just saw him win against? I think it was Japan Britain Air. Very dominant style, and that is exactly one of the decks that is Tiger still having access to, besides that US Soviet mid-range deck. So not the best not the best circumstances for Tiger here. And Tiger is bringing exactly that Japan Bear there. Oh my god.
And that hand is
Oh.
looking very strong. We see Vinny's hand playing that card out before we even see it. His hand certainly not bad.
Most players having decent starting hands here. Yeah. Tiger
Yeah.
has the Swordfish Air Superiority. Vinny has Polikarpov and the Blood Red Sky, plus the Pedliakov as a potential turn 3 play.
And we'll see which one he kills, because Vinny could potentially just go for a tempo Blood Red Sky. Normally this is a card you look to get +6/+6 out of, maybe even +8/+8, but I mean, how bad is it if you just play it now and trade out the Swordfish? Vinny choosing not to go for that line, playing out the Petliakov instead.
So only the Albacore with the deployment effect. Okay, Sendai additionally. So Sendai just deactivated through the Pedliakov right now.
And early Blood Red Sky might just end this game. Because Tiger not playing the Desperate Measures, he's trying to set up killing it, and I mean, +4/+4 for 2 credits on turn 4 is pretty good.
And when he chooses to do so, getting rid of the Swordfish there, reducing the amount of bombers that Tiger is having on board, just to make that Empire Strikes not too strong that Tiger could have in hand next turn, or playable next turn. That's already a decent board that Vinny just developed here. A 3/4 and a 4/5 bomber with deactivated deployment effects on your end, so that Sender Regiment is doing nothing than being a 2/3 infantry unit at the moment.
That Audacity draw is potential. That is just game changing. If that hits the Petliakov, this game is completely thrown on its head. Unfortunately, he does not have a way to kill the Swordfish before playing Audacity if he wants to play it this turn. So
it will be 5 damage if he chooses to play Audacity. Let's see. I mean, what other options is Tiger having here?
I mean, not a lot, and
not too many others. Yeah.
Not only does Audacity kill one of these units, you will have a 5/2 Smokescreen Aichi left over to trade out. And because Vinny is Soviet Britain, he doesn't have these air superiorities.
Oh, it hit the Swordfish, the worst target possible there. But yeah, with a guaranteed Aichi there on the board, even next turn, Tiger can easily trade out that Pedliakov with one of the Aichi2s that might be on the board next turn. Deciding to pin the Polikarpov here. Why the Polikarpov and not the Pedliakov?
So the idea is if
you're
you're forcing your opponent to spend an extra credit if they want to attack. However, we see Vinny's hand. From Tiger's point of view, this is a tempo play. He's trying to stop the amount of units his opponent can play out onto the board now. However, from Vinny's perspective, we see that doesn't really have. That's not going to have that much of an impact. Because he's either playing the 5-year plan and not attacking with anything, which is what he's going to choose to do.
Not getting the value out of the Pedliakov. I mean, he would have only been able to attack the 2/2 anyways, so Tiger would have had 2 bombers on the board anyways, even if he would have attacked with the Pedliakov. And there goes the Pedliakov. Dyna protecting the bombers now. And that's maybe the biggest downside of that Soviet list, that you don't have access to the Empire Strikes. Oh no, wait.
No, he does.
Forget about that one. He's having Brit ally. Never mind.
Unfortunately, though, he does not have one in his hand at the moment. Neither of these players actually have Empire Strikes, and I'm sure they would both very much like one of their Empire Strikes.
Especially Vinny, absolutely. With staring there at 3 units. 2 of them in range of an Empire Strikes kill already.
that Engineer's draw is actually, I think, a potentially very big draw for Vinny, because on 15 health, you can take a lot of damage very, very quickly. Especially when your hand and generally just your deck in general is just not as reactive as most decks are in this game. You have a lot of just vanilla units that don't do anything when you play them. So being able to just get that healing off is going to be pretty important. It means that when all of these tiny bombers are traded out, he will be healing back up the damage he took from that 5-year plan, and that Night Witch's draw is massive.
Yeah, that Engine Battalion also opens up the potential of just playing another 5-year plan later, maybe, if he's running out of stuff in his hand. So pretty good find there with the Engineer Battalion. And yeah, this Night Witch is... It kind of forces you to... You're kind of forced to remove the bombers, but on the other hand, it also gives your opponent from the people, so you can more easily remove your stuff. Really annoying to deal with this.
I would like to see just playing a desperate measures here, pushing up the Sendai since it can die to from the people anyways, and then playing Key in the support line, because it will force your opponent to choose. They can do 2 from the people to remove Key. However, you then have quite a good board. He's instead going to surprise attack, remove the engineers. Tiger is showing his game plan here of, I'm going to try to win through pressuring face. You do not have Empire Strikes in hand, so I'm going to go wide, stop your healing, and I'm going to try to win through burn. And we're going to see how well that is going to work out for him.
Is there anything else? Okay, Vinny can draw another second Piracy with the Zhukov, I guess. Anything else? Oh no, he only draws Soviet units, right? So
yeah, and he's
other than
actually
this...
only running 1 copy of Piracy in this deck. Zhukov is going to draw First Rifles or a Bryansk Regiment at this point. I believe those are the only 2 Soviet cards left in his deck. And, I mean, neither do a lot against this board. I think he probably would have liked to see the First Rifles more so than the Bryansk.
There comes the Sickle. Finds a Shaika. Shaika pretty good against the IG and the Albacore there, but that LA5 is already doing a great job of protecting the HQ against those bombers. And we see the Key 83 coming in right now.
And I think from both sides of this game are really showing why Brit Air is the best air deck, because Brit Air has just more card draw, it has more tempo cards combining together, and of course you have close air supports. You can run 4 copies easily without breaking a sweat, which is going to allow you to buff the units that you have on board already. We see both of these players just have a lot of mostly vanilla units on board, and in their hand is mostly vanilla units that they don't really want to overcommit onto the board.
Yeah, it's really... None of the Empire Strikes have been played so far, so how later this game goes, the more likely it is that your opponent is having it, and the less wide you should go. And there's the Veteran Pilots, which is actually... Oh no, it's +1, +2, or immune, right?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
He could make it immune and play Piracy, or he could just make it +1, +2, trade, he'll keep the LA5. Maybe he doesn't want to remove Key at all. He likely does, because he is low on health. But Bryansk Irregulars will stop that Key from attacking. I mean, you probably don't want your opponent to draw.
So interesting that he guarded the Piracy there over the LA5.
Yep, we see Vinny taking a little bit of a risk, and Tiger finds the Empire Strikes. I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot here. It's certainly a good card to have, and it's certainly a decent card to play in this situation. He can take out the Chaika, play Sonya, Empire Strikes, and then trade the Swordfish into the LA5 to almost fully clear the board. However, I mean, you could just Lend-Lease, try to go for a bigger Empire Strikes in the future. You've got to be a little bit worried about a potential second Blood Red Sky.
Yeah, tough situation here for Tiger. The Empire Strikes is not the best of all times. Choosing. Oh, he's still going for it. Just too much value to not do it.
And this is almost guaranteeing your key lives another turn, so you're getting 2 more draws. Your opponent's down to 10 health.
And when you're not able to find his Empire Strikes, he has a lot of bombers in hand, 4 in total, but not any good stuff to just get value out of them.
And
Yes.
this second Shika will keep him alive. However, he is certainly on the back foot here. I mean,
He has the sickle, so he has one more chance to look for a good answer here. And there is the Empire Strikes.
and he finds it. That completely turns this game around. It's going to let him kill the key. Of course, Tiger can just Lend-Lease, refill his hand. He keeps the IG on board. But Vinny taking a huge risk and getting rewarded. And this is the closest Vinny has ever come to winning a tournament. He's up 2 games in the best of 5 in the grand finals, and he's taking intelligent risks. He knows that he's on the back foot. He knows he needs a big swing turn. He plays the sickle first. This is why you draw first, so you can find these cards that completely change how your turn is going to look.
Not really what Tiger was looking for. Banzai, not helpful. Naval Operation, and just finds 2 more draw cards. So a completely wasted turn here.
Yeah.
And what do you do with the IG? What do you do with the 2 remaining credits if you're Tiger? Do you take out the Swordfish? Do you take out the Brilliance? Do you just go face?
You know your opponent almost certainly lacks a good way to remove this IG. So if you leave it on board, it's likely going to stick around. However, maybe you just you want your opponent to trade into it. You want to minimize the amount of potential damage they can output. We see Vinny, slight mistake on the positioning because he does still have 1 close air support in the deck, and that is his last Swordfish. However, we might see him push up. He's got to be worried about the second Empire Strikes from Tiger. He's seen the desperate measures, though.
This is really a nail-biter here. Deciding to go +1/+2 from the veteran pilots on the Perlyakov. And this is, I mean, Tiger has the Sendai regiment, but that Perlyakov is just denying any deployment effect. And
he's going pretty all in on it because he knows, I mean, Tiger has Sendais, but Sendais don't work. And I actually might have spoken too soon about saying Vinny's positioning of this Swordfish is a mistake because it is playing around bombing raid decently well. And Tiger no longer has the luxury of trying to just play another Lend-Lease, taking it slow, look for cards to draw, and play on the following turns. He is very low on health, and it's looking quite a lot like Vinny is about to finally get that win.
Tiger's actually 1 damage off, if I'm not completely wrong here.
I believe the Chika or the Eshak will spawn on the far
you're
right,
correct.
so we
The
can...
Chika is stopping the IG from attacking. You're correct. I did not see that one.
He can remove 3 of these units, I believe, but of course, Bryansk and Petlyakov on their own are going to be enough to set up a 2-turn lethal.
Oh, Tiger has to hurry up now. Only 2 seconds. Oh no, don't tell me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Maybe he chooses to not attack with the IG there. Kept it on the smoke screen.
And that's lethal with KV top deck. Tiger, I think, ran out of time, played bombing raid in the wrong position. He could have prevented 3 of this damage coming in this turn, and with plain KV, that is just going to be enough to end it. And we see Vinny gonna take it 3-1 over Tiger. Vinny has gone 12-3 in the top 16. Absolutely insane performance, and I'm sure he's going to be proud of that one for his first ever tournament win.
Yeah, really well deserved. Really impressive performance here. Nearly without any faults. At least I cannot really remember any. So yeah, congrats to Vinny for his first tournament win. Really great.
And we were confused coming into it, but maybe that Soviet air deck is the second best deck to burn air. Who knows? But Vinny piloted it perfectly throughout the top 16 here. Been a great event, and huge congrats to Vinny for taking home his first tournament win. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to see the final bracket here. Seeing Vinny defeating Tiger 3-1. After beating Head and Ari Big Ben. Definitely didn't have an easy path, but huge congrats to Vinny here for taking home the grand prize of $600. Shout out nonetheless to Tiger coming in second. We had Head and TB rounding out our top 4 here today. We saw it all. We saw a series go to 5. We saw 3-1. We saw all kinds of fun decks make a huge impact here today. But yes, at the end of the day, huge shout out to Vinny for taking home the title of champion of KARDS Open 15, a couple bucks in his pocket, and a phenomenal performance overall. I would love to come back to, there we go. Awesome. J King, any final thoughts before we wrap stuff up here?
I mean, that was a very fun event. I mean, we saw some decks that we're very used to seeing. We saw quite a few decks that we're not used to seeing, and we saw those decks perform relatively well, especially Vinny's Soviet Britain Air, and we saw a new player finally getting a, well, not a new player, we've seen a veteran player finally getting their first win, and yeah, that was all around amazing event.
Awesome. Spooz, anything you'd like to add?
No, I can only agree to J King. We just saw the typical meta list. We saw some new stuff. So really mixed variety of different decks. Players performed really well today. It was also cool to do this whole event live again. It just feels way more natural and way more engaging. So I also enjoyed that one. And yeah, as usual, just being here with you guys, just watching some insane games, especially this triple Jesco was just too good to be a part of that. So yeah, thanks for having me, and hopefully we see each other in the next one.
Oh! I think we have a very special guest. We don't get to do this often, but I think we're jumping our champion Vinny here into to say a few words. So it's going to take a second for Mark to go ahead and plug him in, but that's something new and fun. One of the bonuses, Spooz, to your point, is saying doing something live where we can have our champ jump in and say something. From my understanding, he has requested this specifically, so I would like to think he's got something to say. Knowing Vinny, I think that he always has something to say, so I have no doubt. Oh, here we go. Wait for it. Vinny.
There he is.
Vinny, hello. Congratulations.
Yeah, huge congratulations, Vinny.
Awesome.
So, go ahead. Yeah, I was waiting. Interview me.
No. I mean, I know you requested this specifically. I wanted to say, is there something you wanted to jump in and come out and say more than anything else?
Just good game, nothing in particular. We need to do more interviews, Why don't we have more winners interviews,
I totally agree. I have no argument here. I want to know about this this Soviet air deck that you put together. We saw people go, you know, Brit Air. We'll flip it around. We'll throw Japan in there as the main nation. But you know, coming into this event, we thought Soviet was a bit strange. So what made you decide to go that direction?
Yeah, I decided on that pretty last minute. Mark Thias almost didn't let me submit it because I submitted it after I went to a midnight pre-release for the Scarlet and Violet for Pokemon, so that went forever. So I submitted it like 4 a.m. and then slept for like 2.5 hours. But I was considering bringing it, and then I was like, I'll just play Jagger like a normal person. But I figured I went ahead and I watched back the OCC from last month, and I saw Tiger do like the triple air lineup, and if I wanted to win, I thought maybe he might do something similar again. And I've probably played Soviet Air more than like any other player in OCC. And I know it actually does have a good matchup against all the other airs. It's still not really good against Brit Air because they have too many fighters, but it's really good against all the other airs. And I figured they'd probably do the cheese thing where they'd play Naval Ops and just ban Brit Air. But then, you know, the Naval Ops and the Bonsai and all that is useless against the Soviet one. Yeah,
we saw quite a few matchups where folks were stuck with Naval Ops in hand and just really couldn't do anything about it. So great call on that. King, Spooz, any questions you had top of mind you want to ask Vinny?
Yeah, so I have a question. You've been playing in KARDS tournaments since forever. You're a tournament regular. I'm sure everybody watching recognizes your name. But this is actually the first tournament you've ever won. So I'm curious, in your mind, is this sort of like stamping your seal on KARDS Esports, proving that you are one of the top players? Or in your mind, have you always been a top player and you just, I mean, luck of the draw, tournaments, there's a lot of players just haven't happened yet, and it was just a matter of time?
Are you insinuating that the Popper tournament was not a real tournament?
Oh yes,
yeah, I'm kidding. Only semi-real tournament. But I mean, I'd win something eventually. I mean, I'm pretty busy, and I play a lot of video games. Like I used to be pro at Dota 2, and that like took a lot of time. I'm not really doing that right now, but I still play a lot. So I just wasn't like giving it 1,000,000% of my effort. I wouldn't say I really gave any. Honestly, if anything, I gave less effort this time around. I just think I had the. I don't know. I just had the good lineup. I definitely through game 1, I knew to go for V1. I meant to click V1, but like I literally just on the bomb for the research. But I don't know. I just need to go to sleep. My hands are just like shaking actually, so I actually missed.
So a little misclick there. I'm curious, actually, a question Elin brought up in our Discord. You also made an interesting ban of Head's frontline list in your first matchup, as opposed to what we just assumed would be the usual. Let's ban Brit Air because why not?
Yeah, that was always my plan.
To ban frontline?
Yeah, that was always my plan because I have 2 air decks, and the Soviet air deck is really bad usually against frontline, but it's really, really good against Tiger's frontline. Tiger, that was a pretty wild call, honestly. I mean, that can be really good against frontline, which we saw it beat TV's frontline. But then he went second, and I mean, my start was literally I didn't do anything for 4 turns, but neither did he, so I don't even know. I mean, he played a RD or something. I'm not sure. That was the weirdest frontline mirror I've ever seen. So that was just always my plan. And I had some more anti-air based strategies for the air, but then when he had this front line that was really bad against my lineup, I just said, I'm definitely letting him play that. I want him to play that really badly, so I'll just ban Brit Air.
So that was kind of my confusion, because I figured it was part of your plan because it worked out pretty nicely the first time around, and then you get to the finals and it seemed like you changed your plan. So thank you for clarifying that, because I definitely think that helped me understand where that change came from, and obviously worked out well for you.
Yeah,
Spooz, anything you want to add?
No, not at this point. I also had that point with the ban in the first match, but other than that, just congrats to that performance, and yeah, pretty impressive.
So
Cool.
You said you haven't been giving it 1,000,000%. Does this tournament mean that now you are going to start doing it? You've got like a
No, I'm waiting for
blood?
the expansion. Give the expansion. Give expansion, or at least give the cards for skirmish back. I know why they're not doing it, because they're saving it for more expansion cards, but still, You know, you can make some meme cards. You know, they aren't actually good. Just it's some fun meme cards. I mean, some people would have said Soviet Air was a meme deck, but it's not a meme deck.
I mean, I might have thought that coming into this, but you have absolutely proved me wrong, Vinny. So huge congratulations for your first, I don't know, real tournament win, official tournament win, whatever we want to call it. But amazing job. It was a phenomenal event. Jking, Spooz, Elin, thank you so much for hanging around and casting this one for us. Thank you all for, paying attention, watching Vinny win this. We got the podcast coming out soon. We're going to have the OCC coming up soon. So stay tuned for more cards action in the coming weeks.
Thanks for hosting, guys.